Felicitations, my family of fledglings and ghosts. It's good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly, Damien Halme, hosting with strange lighting. Makes me look bloated and floating. Well.
Troa says hi, I just subscribed. 2 years of you putting up with my nonsense. Your order of sainthood is probably in the mail.
Order of saint. Troa, you are the saint. I know that's not true. Neither of us are saints, and I'm glad to have you here. Welcome. And thank you for a 2-year-old sub baby. And a prime sub nonetheless. I appreciate that very much. It's been a journey. How's it not? And a 3-stream watch streak, which I don't believe for a minute is true. How we get to the number 3, I don't know. I was going to do this with no ring light, but the more I look at this, it looks really, really weird. Like, really weird. Let's try this with ring light. But how about like low? Oh, whoops, I'm pressing the wrong button. How about like low ring light? More red. That's a lot of red. That's a lot of red. Worse. Ooh. Awful. It's better. It's kind of like I'm wearing a mask of red on one side, like a little Phantom of the Opera thing going on. Something like that. Something. It's better. It's better. I feel like this lighting makes me look fatter than I am. It's great to have you here. Thanks for joining me. I am Damien Holme, disruptor of the status quo and breaker of boring mindsets, challenger of your ideologies so that you can come to a better, more empathic place in your heart where your life is not judged by radicalism, hatred, or disparity of the norms and means that keep us regular, loving, connective citizens that understand the other side of the path that we're on and can periodically shake a hand with somebody who is so against us. That's me. The guy trying to forge a middle path in a world of people disowning each other and hatred defining our policy for half of the people we know around us. Or if that can't be resolved, at least develop your critical thinking skills, your research skills, so that you're not stuck just parroting the ideas of one pundit, loudspeaker, or voice in the media, which makes you look like a fool when that person's been proven wrong for the last 5 years and you can't come off of their soapbox. Makes you look bad. Oh my god, I was in last night too, but I was feeling like crap, so I was lying down. Good. Good. I appreciate you taking that self-care. Hello, Sketchy. Welcome on in, my dude. How goes? How's everything? What is a thinking? Oh, how do we think? How does the brain do a think? The brain does a think with enough oil. Don't oil the gear, you get the steam. You get the smoke. Turns bad. What we're doing tonight is playing more. Where is my microphone's like way. I feel like this needs to maybe be here and the mic needs to be in front. It's like you can hear me now. It casts a funny shadow across half my face, but I don't have a place to put this light. One of these days, I'm going to work in an actual studio. This light's going to move and come up so I get a better bounce light. And we're not going to choose red and green like a Christmas tree. Who decided we were going to do Christmas color lights before Thanksgiving even came up? But we're doing it Christmas. Hey, I don't want a lot for Christmas. I don't know. We're going to break into Mariah Carey here in a second. Ooh, need a brain. Got it. Yeah, it's a little prerequisite for joining these streams. The light could use a diffuser. The light could use a lot. I wish I could do so much with the lights. I can tilt it away, but we lose the light almost entirely. You know what I mean? That's kind of, actually. It's kind of hip. If I just get it at the just the right angle, you get just a hint of the red. That's better, yeah? That's better. That's just angling the light. Yeah, it's not terrible. It gives me just a hint of red glow to my flesh. Love that red glow. Boy, that's algorithm building. People will look at the thumbnail for this video and say, there's a healthy funeral pallor about this guy. I think I want to watch all of his streams and hear what he has to say. I'm going to stick with it because in a couple hours, I'm going to tell you. Nah, let's not. Let's play some Alan Wake 2 because everything is safe in Ba Sing Se, isn't it? Here we are. Favorite game right now is this game. Not gonna lie. This game's treating me really nice. I'm having a good time. We're having fun. I die sometimes because I'm not that great at this type of game, but it's a thing. It's a thing. What I need is for this microphone to be up just a skosh, because where it was covering up y'all's chat, Yin's chat. Everybody remember the Yin's times in Back for Blood? We played a character that's supposed to be from like Western Pennsylvania. He was the only real sniper character in the entire game. That weird Yin's speaking guy. Okay, that's... I should have fussed with this stuff before I started the stream. But I almost slept through tonight's stream. I literally almost slept right through the show. So I'm grateful that I'm here. I hope you are too. All right, let's do load, quick saves, and manual save. There we go. That's the latest, greatest. They all use the same splash screen, so I don't know. You just have to look for like hours played, or we'll go way backwards in time. We're diving right in. So if you're watching this on VOD because you missed part of the beginning, thank you for joining in. Sorry, we started like so quick to the beginning. I usually have preambles. We have things we talk about, things to catch you up on about me, all that sort of thing. We get that kind of stuff. I need to tonight start right on game and do this for a little while. That's right. That's right. That's right. I remember. We saved here. Our next mission, should we choose to accept it, is to find our way to understanding this murder cult and the FBI agent who died, trying to investigate it. Thing of it is that we've discovered this is all Alan Wake's dream. He's in his own dream world right now, and one way he can get his way out of it, he literally has the ability to write his dreams a different ending, a different journey. So everything I'm doing, I can be rewriting in the middle of it. I just have to cautiously choose how that path goes. That's where I'm headed. Scroll wheel still works right now in the game. No Lycos. I did not do the scroll wheel fix between last stream and this one. I know I'm a bad streamer. I can't seem to get my act together.
It was locked from the other side.
Oh, that's a problem. I super thought this was the way I had to go in the game. Oh, no. Check the freezer, all out of brains. Well, there are probably some places you could go for good, fresh brain these days. So there's also this right here. This one, locked. Come through, get to this side somehow. There's like a little door. It looks like there's another way. It seems to be there's another way to get there. We just have to figure out. You can't quite go through this rubble and wreckage. Al himself is decidedly not very athletic. He's just a writer, okay? So we do what we can. Weehaw, you're here so early. Hi, hello, and welcome. We don't talk about Ba Sing Se MF. You're so right. It's true. They think they can just talk about... Yeah, first rule of Ba Sing Se is... I don't know. That's different. That's a different... Oh, this is definitely the way. We gotta go right into the water. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Ew. I got a feeling we're going to be taking this light and it's going to change this passageway, though. Zip.
The water was gone.
Oh, I didn't take the
The
light.
way forward was open.
I added light. That's right. I remember. I did grab light. But this is definitely the way. Okay. Now, rewriting my brain as to, like, the path. We got to make our way. Making our way downtown. That's just your Mad Lib there. First rule of blank. We don't talk about blank. What's your opinion of Bleach? If you mean the anime, I only saw very little of it, and it seemed like it might be up my alley, and then I ran out of free time forever for the rest of my life. But if you're talking about just like the stuff that you use to clean with, I'm for it. I hate nothing more than getting in arguments with people who won't use bleach as a cleaning agent, because man, they're so cruel. They're always so anti-bleach. We get in lots of I get in fist fights. I go to downtown Atlanta and I find people who don't use bleach to clean things like their laundry, and I fist fight them to try to change their mind, because some people only respond to violence. Yeah. I love Bleach. It's so good. The anime. Oh, the anime. Right. Oh, yeah. Forget I said anything about the other. That doesn't really happen. I don't really start fights with people over cleaning products who don't use what I use. That doesn't sound like me. That's against my branding. We love big hair. Help keep your subway clean. I sure will. Oh, sure. I have a Bleach fight club. Pro versus anti-bleach. Hell yeah. First rule of Bleach club. We fight. Oh, this is cool. I hear humming. Who's doing a hum? Well, hello. That's a way through to something? Hang on. I passed a container. Thank goodness for the map telling me when I'm walking right past something. Hello? Is there another one that has something in it? I don't like when containers have nothing in. Really? Thanks, map. You made sure I didn't miss that. You made sure. Oh, that humming's not good. That is not a happy hum. That's a... Is that Aki? No, it's this guy again. What is with this guy's hums? Why? Why must we? Well, hello. It's an Oz coming here to invade the Strem, already in progress. I'm gonna try food for fam that's in progress. It tastes just a skosh sweet. Like it could use an umami agent. I don't know if you want to do like garlic, salt, not
There's already like almost a full wedge of Parmesan in it, so I'm
okay.
nervous to salt in it.
Maybe not. Actually, maybe the protein added is gonna like bottom it. Yeah.
Put salmon in
Give it a good base. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Then it's good.
I'll come back.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Mm-hmm. I am sometimes the taster. I have a bit of a super taste. Sometimes I can taste... Oh, he's looking right at me. You gonna stop with the hum now? Nope, right back to it. He stared at me and then went right back to humming and staring at his wall. This guy... Or his map. What? Don't just... Look. You see the way he just stares at me and continues his hum? That's a little weird, right? That's a little strange. Anyway, when Oz cooks, I get to taste a lot of things to help like navigate, because I do a lot of that taste and add as you go sort of cooking. That's just how I do. She does the baking really well. Like when there's a science and an exact procedure that you need to make sure you get things like perfect textures, perfect temperatures, that sort of thing. That's her expertise. I'm more of like the jazz cooker. You know what I mean? I think every household needs one of each. I make custom zanpakutos and abilities. I
Hey,
believe you.
Alan.
I don't know what
Tim
that is.
Raker. In case you don't remember again.
Oh, no, Tim, I'm remembering more now.
It's good to hear, man.
Yeah. I super remember you. Zanpakuto. Is that from Bleach? We take a look at your board before we talk to you. Nah, let's talk to you. I think that's more polite. Yeah, more polite. Let's be the most polite we could possibly be at all times ever, even to people who are impolite to us. Just kidding. This guy's okay, but he does hum and stare at us sometimes, which is kind of weird. Basically, I make the swords and their abilities. I make custom ones for Bleach. All right. Like fanfic stuff? What are we talking about? What do you say when you make?
How's your search for Mr. Door going?
It's not great. This dream we're in. Putting a lot of roadblocks in my way.
This guy's really moist. The way the light bounces on him, that had to have been a choice of the game designers to make him so wet-skinned. You're also... Why did you also type just Zanpakuto? For files, send you one at some point? All right. Yeah, sounds good. I'm down.
So you think this is a dream?
I'm not ruling it out. You know, my dreams have always been incredibly vivid. They feel real until the second I wake up. In the dreams, I'm often someone else. A different person with a different name, living a different life in a different world. It's alternate realities, maybe. But certain things don't change. Like Door.
The mocap on his face is really good. I feel like a lot of people have it, but it stands out a little bit more with this actor. Like they've really nailed some really good interactions with his eyes and mouth and all, like the posturing for everything. He's really getting subtleties across. In a game, that can be hard. Sometimes the nuances of facial expressions during speech can be kind of lost just a bit. Well, it's bedtime. The best way to keep healthy is to sleep well. I feel called out. How dare you, Iha? How dare you tell me the one thing I'm really bad at these days? Good night, Dame. Have a fantastic night, Iha. Please, won't you, sir, get some sleep for me? You sleep, so I don't have to. I can sleep less. That's a thing that can happen, right? Please don't shatter my dreams. It was meant to call you out. You know, how dare you? I hope you have a nightmare tonight. I'm just kidding. Have the best dreams.
The sketch you have does look like the Door I know. The talk show host.
All I know is the Door has something to do with what's happening to me.
Okay.
And he knows that I know.
Oh.
He's like some sadistic mastermind torturing me.
It's a thing for sure? Oh, good. Then do that, please. Sleep for me. Is this supposed to look like the Door that I know? I don't know. It's hard to tell from just a little sketch. Can we look at your page again? Your page, your whiteboard. Is there anything new here? Oh yeah, red stuff. Red stuff's new. All new since the last time we hung out with this dude. What is this place? A dream? Feels like it. Not real. No place. Every place. All places? Any place. Now in New York. Not New York City. Oh, wait, other places? A nexus? Is Door the gatekeeper? Are you the keymaster? We're trying to get somewhere, everywhere? Door, gate, portal, port, opening, access, window. That's it. Okay, now you're just like writing words. You're just filling the board with extra words for funsies. All right. Here's your map. Anything new? Oh, owl. Why did you punch? I was just trying to look at the map. He punched the wall. Al's got a bit of a violent streak to him. I don't understand what's going on here. Do you have any good stuff? Have you stashed fun things for me? Lost, you lost her. You stashed me some pizza. I love Nazzarenos. They're the best pizza in this dream world. I tell you what. I'll tell you what. You've even got a little bed for me. Just kidding, it's for him. He drinks coffee too. Oh my gosh, we could be pals. I drink coffee too. Look, he's even got a surge protector with absolutely no wire coming out of it and nothing plugged into it. This light seems to be powered somehow. That's weird. For a game that does the little details and decorating the scene so well, when they miss, it's kind of off-putting to see. It makes me feel weird that they would miss at all. All right, buddy. Hey, I love your weird yellow light. I love when you hum and just stare at your map. If you want to have a little you and me sesh on the bed back there sometime later, cool. But first, I got some stuff to do. Bye. Bye. I'll be thinking of you. Probably. All right, is that it? Is that the whole thing up there? Just says point of interest. Okay. Well, hey. That was a point, and he seemed interested. Looks like there's another light down there. Is it a light that I can steal, though? That's what I want to know. Also, there's like a yellowy light down there. Neat, neat. Hi, it's another map. I guess in case you miss the subway map, they really want you to be able to find it, just in case, which I appreciate. Gosh, there sure are a lot of false dead-end lockers everywhere. Locker, I hardly know her. Just kidding. What a boomer joke. Sometimes I like boomer humor. I have a little group chat in Discord with a couple friends, and every once in a while we'll just find like those really bad like Hallmark clip art looking things that somebody's made into a GIF. Yeah, darkness, you have nowhere to run. Did I hear that right? Bye. And then somebody will like animate like falling stars over it, or like sparkles that have like a 2-frame animation, and then it'll have text, but they'll add like an extra caption of text over top of the text, and it'll just say something like hang in there baby, or brighter I don't know, just platitudes, right? I think I'm gonna get to taste test more food here in just a second. I hear my door opening. I don't always hear the door opening, but we're not in mid-combat right now. Welcome back, Oz. Does this bite have the fish? Hard to tell. Okay, I'll take a little bit of this too.
I mean, I added 2 pots.
2 whole cans. That rounds everything out. Yeah. I think it's the peas that add a bright and sweet to it.
Peas and both natural sugar.
I like the carrots when they get cooked with all this sauce and everything. They mute down, but the inside of the pea doesn't come along with everybody as well. So the fish like contradicts the peas in a good way. Without it, it was a little too bright and sweet. It's good.
Probably eat a little bit of it.
Sounds good. Look at you, meal planning with no kitchen.
I also
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. I'm always happy to be a taste tester. If there's one thing that my heightened spidey senses go back. Find Alice. Gotcha. I don't know that I'm really like that superpowered taste tester kind of person, but I do feel like I do a pretty good job. I used to live with somebody who went to a culinary school, and I've learned sort of like some of the deeper. Oh, but I opened this door. What? This guy looks more and more real. This guy looks rather real. Do you see that? His whole body wasn't glowing. Kind of like just his face was, and I actually saw parts of his for realsy body. Are people manifesting better and better, closer and closer to reality in this world? Light will show you the way. Boy, will it. Thanks for that note. Yeah, there's some foods that I think do better by you like learning sort of like how to taste them. You know, like they say wine tasting, you have to sort of like train your nose and your taste buds and everything to sort of grasp all the nuances to it. I've never done like a wine taste, but the concept holds true for a lot of other foods and drinks and stuff too. So I've taken to sort of understanding. Ooh, it's another one of these. So close to the last one. That's interesting. Yeah, look at that. There's a break room right here. There's a break room right up here. This is unusual for a game, for this game. Because so far, we've seen a lot of big, broad spaces between the save locations. So that you don't really feel like you have a lot of places to save. Lycos, I forgot today was Sunday. How dare you? We didn't get very far. As you remember, we were just up in this break room. So we literally like walked down this train. Look, I can still scroll at this part of the stream. Down this train. Yet, no, I did not fix the scroll thing. Okay, so it's just working now because it's just working. And then we met the humming guy again. He really had nothing much more to say. Al asked him one dumb question. You really think this is a dream? And he's like, yeah, I do. I was like, okay. And then they like stopped talking. And now we're here. Another place to save. Everybody, it's Kaistiana. This stream community's favorite eldritch goddess of madness and all things chaos. Whiskey works like that too? Oh, yeah. I believe that. I would love to do like a... Do they do tasting kits for whiskey? I know they do tasting kits for... Because you asked, I will happily save the game. I will right now. They do tasting kits for wine where they break up the constituent flavors into like 4 or 5 different like tasters, and they're not fun. Some of them are actually quite unpleasant. You don't want to taste like the pure alcohol one. You don't want to taste like the wood one, but you need to sort of start to train your tongue to experience those flavors in very separate, identifiable nuances, right? I wonder if there's something like that for whiskey that can like train your brain on the nuances of whiskey. The only thing I've ever had a taste testing for was sake, and that was really nice. Oh, I got a thing. They do a tasting at Jack Daniels. Is that related to the thing? Or is that the thing you were going to say? Or you got a different thing than that? Maybe we'll have to come over and I'll do a testing over there. A taste testing. Okay. Game is saved. We're in another little safe haven. With darts, though, this is not safe. My OSHA handbook says we shouldn't be playing darts. Over a stairwell. What if you miss? The dart goes flying over. You can't see somebody coming up here, up the stairs. Man, so many of this is going to have to be a write-up, you guys. I'm going to have to write this up, you guys. Here's my shoebox. Do I really have a need for a shoebox yet? I've got plenty of room. I do not accumulate gear like the shoeboxing says I do. They introduced the shoebox like 3 or 4 save spots ago. And we just don't accumulate things. Maybe I'm not finding the things. Those would be spicy darts. I'm a miss on purpose. How rude. It's so rude. Hello?
The memory is fading like a dream.
Yeah.
I must hold on to it. I remember an awful beacon in the darkness, a scene of a ritualistic murder site in the subway tunnels.
Yeah.
Is it a previous draft of my writing?
Maybe.
Must be. I've been trying to shape the dark place around me, but so much fades away. Even my memory of the process, like the murder site. It's my goal, a stepping stone to travel deeper to escape. Write a narrative that takes me there. Casey will lead me to it.
I don't get it. First of all, we watched Casey die. Second of, or I guess you can write him back to life again if you really wanted to. But second of all, is the way out of the dark place really to write us towards a murder cult? When I read murder cult in the Rose chapter, I thought we were just like joking because it sounds really corny. Like, oh, Alex Casey stumbled upon a murder, too many, and they've decided there's a whole cult of people doing murders for cult reasons. And then I remembered, oh yeah, there are a couple cults in this game. But is one really considered a murder cult? I don't know. It seems like a silly premise to me. Overwrought, perhaps. There sure are a lot of things that you open where you don't find the thing you were looking to find. Oh, here's our way through. You need help? Good luck. Thanks. Is that the help you were going to give me? Is just saying good luck? All right, we'll save again. Because we got a few things. Shoebox gives you access to stuff on New Game Plus. Oh, that's why they're so early. I see. Murder cults exist IRL. I mean, I guess. Ooh, whose boots are these? So stylish. Actually, if I'm walking around in Subway, there might be some nasty parts here. I might want or need that stuff. I get that they might exist, but I mean, even if they do exist in real life, it seems kind of like corny or cheesy. Like, why build a cult around?
The train blocked my way forward.
Oh, hang on.
But it was here for a reason. It had a role to play.
The derailed train had a role to play. Rewrite the derailed train scene to continue on the cult's trail. It just seems like a lame reason to exist. If you make yourself a really cool cult, is your concept really just going to be end people's lives? Hi. Are we friends? Okay. You're a friendly one. I was like, I'll crawl right back in that hole if you're not friendly. He's friendly. He's just a Casper. A little friendly ghost. It's not built around murder. Murder is just a part of it. I guess just calling it a murder cult then, while maybe a misnomer, does paint this idea in my brain of like... Hi. How? Must we? Wait, are you even a bad guy? Did he just punch me and then disappear?
I should look at the plot board. Keep the story moving.
Hear me out. How about I just don't get punched randomly by these guys? What did he do that for? I thought only the aggro ones would attack you. These guys are not aggro? It's murder cult to summon something? Oh, don't tell me that. I don't need to know why they exist yet. Some cults don't murder. They're not murder cults. A cult that encourages murder, even if only rarely, is still a murder cult. That seems weird. I would pick a different word. Pick a, I would just call them a club. What does murder? not like that. That's just silly. Hello?
I need to find the answer on the plot board.
I know, but hear me out. These arrows are pointing me somewhere. But where? What am I looking for? There you are. Walked right past you, you lovely thing. A word of war. I understand. I got the nomenclature wrong. Just the words murder cult sound like something like you ask a 12-year-old to write a mystery, and who's going to be the bad guy? What are they going to do? Oh, well, they're master jewelry thieves, or they're like a murder cult. It sounds like something a juvenile mind would put into a story, and nothing particularly nuanced. But that's because in my head I was just describing a bunch of people that get together because they like to murder. but I understand that I'm misplacing my idea of what those two words put together mean versus what they actually mean. Yeah. There could be more interesting ways to spin murder cult. Maybe. And maybe my brain is being colored by a movie that I own from Japan called Suicide Club. Or that's the English translation for it, Suicide Club. And it's like a bunch of people that get together and all decide to do the thing together or apart, or just the idea that they're all going to do it real soon. And the movie has like more nuance to it. I actually like enjoyed the themes to the ultimate story in a way that I felt it was worth getting together a few of my friends and family and have a showing of it so that they could appreciate the deeper themes and underlying story. And nobody liked it. Not one person I showed the movie to liked it, and one person even said, like, if you ever get another idea of like this movie that you really, really love and you want to gather a bunch of people to come see it, don't. Just don't. Next time you have that idea, don't do it. That's how incensed they were that I had wasted 2 hours, probably more than that, like 3 hours of their life driving over, watching the movie and coming back home. I pissed off a lot of people that night. So I can honestly tell you, you probably won't like the movie, so probably don't watch it. But it to me, it spoke to me at the time, the era of my life that I watched it. The murder cult here is just Al trying shit out, not really writing an award-winning story. Right? Isn't this something that he just like he wrote an idea of? It got scrapped as a draft, and he just left it. So, like, why are we pursuing that as sort of like the way through or the way out of the dark place? It seems weird to me, but that's what he's focused on so much. Have you met society today? Pretty sure most people would be fine with a murder cult. Honestly, if you just told a few people, hey, you get to shoot guns, you get to watch people die. Can't promise there'll be people that you want to die, but you get to see some death. They'd be like, oh, cool, I'm in. I'm down. What if it's a murder cult, like a group of ravens? You know what makes me sad? There's a time where I was collecting up in a document like all those names for animals grouped together. You know, like a congress of lemurs or I don't know. You know, all those weird terms, murder of crows, that sort of thing. And I did a little bit of research on where they got their start. Like, at some point, we had to get together, some scientists or taxonomers, something. Somebody got together, some folks got together and decided every time we put together a bunch of animals, this is a school, this is a herd, this is a pack, and then things started to get weirder and weirder and weirder with different animals. How did it all get started? And it turns out it got started by some creative folks in the world of literature and writing, and it's not a scientific standard at all. I was gutted because especially one of my favorites was a cauldron of bats. I was like, ooh, a cauldron of bats. That sounds so cool. They're not called that. Somebody just made up that term and started to use it in writing and propagate it around so that other people would start using it more too. So now if you look up a cauldron of bats, it's like, yeah, you can find lots of references to it, but it bootstrapped itself into existence. It's not the actual term in English at all. Somebody just kept saying it. You know how in Mean Girls, that one girl keeps trying to say that's so fetch, so that eventually, maybe one day in the future, people would actually say fetch? It's like that. I was really sad. I hoped that we were just a hipper society than that, and we really did have really weird names for groups of animals. But it's just somebody, you know, trying to make fetch a thing. Do you know that you used to think crows had funerals, but actually it's more of CSI? Like they're Alan Wakes, they're little tiny Alan Wakes coming together and trying to understand the motivations of their characters. And Maybe rewrite their own futures. Now that would be cool. Imagine if we found out crows are actually able to rewrite reality around them. They're like little avian Alan Wakes. That could be cool. So he's trying different things, seeing how they affect the dark place. He's got both the FBI story and the murder cult story right now. He's not really hyper fixating on either. Okay, I get you. I get you. Kind of like he's just throwing stuff out there to get the ball moving. Right. That's language as a whole, to be honest. I mean, yes. But generally, when it comes to... There are certain things that no matter how much you use them, they have something already. Like, we could say that the protons and neutrons in the nucleus of an atom are the Mike and Ikes. The protons are Mikes and the neutrons are Ikes. And we could start a whole trend and put that out all over Reddit and get it mainstream, and YouTube famous people will react to it in reaction videos and I'll be like, Mike's and that, oh my gosh, is that really this is what kids are learning in school? And just push and push and push until it becomes a trend and maybe even sticks for a few years if it was funny enough. I don't know what you call the electrons in my Mike and Ike atomic concept, but you know, let's just the thing of it is that it doesn't change the actual terminology. It just creates a social movement. There's a great example of this. The some online dictionaries today will say that the canned phrase begging a question, to beg a question, means to prompt or raise a question. Something is question creating. You look at a scene like a bunch of ravens staring at some dead raven and you see all those ravens investigating that, and you might say, oh, well, those ravens are now questioning what happened to that raven. Seeing the dead raven's body in a certain state, maybe it has a sword through the heart. That would be a really interesting way for a raven to be dead, right? I'd be impressed with the swordsman that did that. But the other investigator ravens would look at the sword and say, that sword raises the question. How do you stab a raven? That's the big question that I think would be raised in my head. Or you could say prompts the question. Well, a lot of modern speakers in the last 20 years or so would also say begs the question, because they don't know, didn't learn, or forgot that prompts or raises the question is the canned phrase for when you see something and that it's questionable and you have a question that pops up into your head. Say prompts or raises. They don't know that, but they've heard the term begs the question. They think that's probably the canned phrase. And a lot of people say that, so much so that I've seen like highly trained people, well-educated people talking on official platforms, politics, science, and that sort of thing, misuse begs the question in place of raises or begs. Or sorry, raises or prompts instead. So what's begs the question? Why is it not? You look at something, it puts a question in your brain. Why is that not begs the question? Because begs the question is a legal term and a debate term, and it is a fallacy. It's a fallacious way of thinking. You can actually object with begging the question. Objection, Your Honor. You know, the witness right now is begging the question. What's begging the question? What does beg mean? Beg means to lean on. When a beggar comes to you and asks you for money or food, they are leaning on you for support. They lean on you. Leaning on a question is an argumentation style where you use one of the premises that you're plotting out premises to eventually come to a conclusion in most formal argumentation, right? Premise the first, premise the second, premise the third. If you follow these three premises, hoocha, 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 here's my conclusion. But one of these premises could also be used as the conclusion. That would not be good because that's the supporting evidence. The conclusion can't be in the premises. That's a confusing circular logic sort of idea. If somebody writes a book and puts in a line of text in this book and says, this book is 100% accurate, and you go to a formal position like a courthouse and you say, I'm using this book as evidence, and they say, on what grounds? And I say, on page 97 of this book, it says this everything in this book is accurate. That's, somebody could object. That's begging the question. Nobody said the book was accurate except the writer of the book. And you can't determine whether a book is 100% accurate based on the writer's own claim that it is accurate, right? Circular. It's begging the question. Anyway, you could say it a million times in that other format when you mean to say prompts or raises, but that does not change the underlying language in that particular question. So not all language shifts that way, but some good amount of our speech does. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk on linguistics. I've somehow messed up a muscle on the left side of my lower back. Oof. It's making me seriously annoyed. Keep turning to do something and being like, oh, right. My body is an asshole. It sounds like it's bath time. Get some relaxation on that spot and see if you can get, maybe it's spasming or something, get it to calm down. That's literally how language forms new words. True. But when words are already formed and have a classic, repeated, and locked in use that is regularly used, a bunch of people can go rogue and try to change that idea. And now it's stickier. Language is a little bit stickier because we have ages, millennia of records to hold fast some things so that there's a little less flexibility on coming up with neologisms if they're already strong used in other cases that are formalized, like an objection or logical fallacy term, right? Cool came out to mean impressive or neat by people just starting to use it like that. Fire means the same. Yeah. When you use those in the context that they're in, it's you're not trying to redefine the word either, right? They're just sort of like expressions, and they're definitely slang. I don't know. It's different. I'm not sure if skibbity means cool or lame. You want to talk about skibbity? I don't know if this is going to get me demonetized if I show their content, but I feel like maybe not. Let me bring this on over here and we probably won't play. I think some of their videos are, they use monetized songs. So they're getting, some of their stuff gets demonetized just by the nature of it. Is this like the very first one? This is the very first one. So like literally, I'm just going to keep the sound off. Literally, it's just somebody that knows how to do, what's this, like Gary's Mod sort of things, but like basically like Half-Life kind of things, put it together into really goofy, corny, bizarre, surrealist kind of content. It's creepy, it's weird, and it uses like funny music in the background. And if you've watched this all the way out to, I don't know, like their freaking most recent ones, we're doing like weird super fights between different factions of these guys now, where yeah, there's a lot of lore between where we were and where we are now, so you just have to watch these in order. But there's like a bunch of toilets that are all fighting a bunch of anthropomorphized like speakers and cameras and stuff like that, and they both have their own soundscapes, and they're just doing this like wide scale war. It's goofy and it doesn't make any sense, and it's literally just some guy having a lot of fun with the what do you call these things, the assets of this game in his own goofy sort of way. And it just it went off because it's so weird, and because he put like too much effort into something that's so surreal that it's funny. You know, it's like, it's even funnier that he's gotten 77 parts of this story, and some of these are like multi-part. This is part 4 of episode 77. So it went so far deep down the rabbit hole, and you know, a bunch of people probably younger than you and me watched through them all, but I'll tell you, I watched through them all too, and it's kind of fun. It's mildly funny. Like, I don't know if I'd like laugh out loud sort of thing because my sense of humor, as we were talking about yesterday, but So when kids started to say skibbity to each other, like walking through the halls or like in a classroom, it literally means nothing. It literally means I watched these shorts. Did you? And if you react to it too, or if you say it back or whatever, it literally means I also watched those too. There's no subtlety. There's no underpinned meaning. It doesn't mean cool. It doesn't mean jank or whack or ratchet. It doesn't mean good or bad. It just means I know a funny word from these funny YouTube shorts. That's it. That's literally it. Begging uses the argument to prove the conclusion. Yeah, that's what it is. This happens frequently with the internet nowadays when the source of proof that uses the paper you're trying to prove is its own reference. Yeah, that's some circular logic. That is a fallacy. English forms new words by conning other languages into back alleys and beats them to steal what it likes. There's some of that too. Yeah, there's definitely some, hey, I like this word or I like how it sounds. I'm going to use it. It's not even from English, but I just like it. So it's officially now just part of our vocabulary. Or they just steal actual, objects too. I feel like, especially in the US, if we find something that's from another culture and we like it, we just take it, which I'm for, actually. Some of the older American culture things that we stick to that are kind of archaic, I sometimes go to people's houses and I watch that they don't take their shoes off at the front door. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're just going to track in the outside world into your living room? Do you wear your shoes up into your bedroom? Does your bedroom have outdoor dirt on the floor, on the carpet? We take our shoes off at the door. And that's not something I grew up with seeing a lot of American families do. But now almost everybody I know, they just do this thing. I don't mean to call you out if you're one of those I wear my shoes everywhere, including into my own bed sort of people. In the shower, you want to wear your shoes. That's fine. It's you. That's you. Most of the people I know are shoes off at the door people. And I'm for that. That's just how linguistics works for many words. Some people start using it, just catches on, and poof, a word that used to mean one thing now has an additional meaning. Yeah, I agree. In some cases. Well, hello, Kit. Well, come on in. We're getting into linguistics weeds. Hot bath does sound like a good idea. Fanny, Mr. Damien Head, you're welcome. I do sometimes have good... Oh, you meant Fanky. Sometimes I do have good self-care ideology. We're selling skibbity toilet stuff at work? Sure, why not? Dude, if this guy gets money from monetizing this, I'm sure he might have to give maybe something to Valve or whatever, but if he can take the rest of it, if he just gets like even a percentage of like all the sales, man, this guy would be set. Oh, you just selling a toilet? That's not skibbity stuff. I do agree with you, but words also only have definitions because they're agreed upon. I mean, yes. If people all agree that the car is henceforth to be called a dog, and this is what people call it, then that's what the definition is in that community. And so that's true. Like, I agree. You'll have a bunch of people that will go rogue on a certain word, but I feel like the elasticity of language in adopting that and making that the new standard, which is generally the form of linguistics you're talking about, is some people flex a word into a new direction, and that becomes a new standard, and then it becomes consumed and absorbed by all. It becomes part of the language. That is different. So begging the question or like murder cult in a way that is not accurate to the original term that's still in use professionally and has a canned and legal definition to it will probably not stick with culture despite some in-group's best attempts. Does that make sense? That's where the stickiness is. If like fire to mean like something is really good, yeah, oh, that's fire. That doesn't contradict like a legal terminology or create conflicting standard or adding a different meaning to a word that people can't glean. And it's not going to work the same. And honestly, I also don't think fire will hang around either. I think the misuse of begging the question and the misuse or the slang use of fire will both eventually fizzle out and not be part of our language. Yeah. If, let's see, what was a good, regardless of whether or not the word meant one thing before, if society all mutually agrees upon dog, no longer meaning the four-legged creature, and now just means car, then they rewrote the definition. I agree. If that happens, if society all mutually agrees, that's a rabbit hole right there. Good example is the word awful, used to mean someone was so impressive that it filled you with awe. The definition now is the exact opposite of that. Yeah, but that was one where, like a few things in modern English, we've taken a word and brought it to all of society. And we did not have like a term awful that was used in a regular scientific or political fashion where it was kind of more stuck and codified, right? The term cultural appropriation is literally a cultural appropriation. Wait, what? How is that the case? Literally, both literally means literally and the opposite. That one's really, really old though, too. Yeah, that's not a neologism. For a long time, people have used words in hyperbole that could almost always mean the opposite thing, including literally meaning figuratively as well. But that's not because they're trying to make it mean two things at the same time. When somebody says, like, I'm literally dying of thirst, and they're actually not literally dying of thirst, they aren't trying to say or make it map to the opposite. They're trying to show you how superfluously thirsty they are, right? And we do this all the time. We use hyperbole like crazy. Nimrod was a great hunter back in the Bible. Now it means complete idiot. It doesn't, though. That one is because Nimrod is an actual defined person. That is a person. We know that to be a person. And it only came out as slang for a while. I would argue you find any kid and ask them, do you use the word Nimrod on the on the playground if you see somebody do something dumb? They're not going to know that word unless they watch like old Bugs Bunny cartoons that reference it for an era, for a few not generations even, just a few decades really. Some folks understood Nimrod to mean dumb because of Bugs Bunny using it in the sarcastic sense and younger kids not getting it. But even in those Bugs Bunny cartoons, older people were hearing that and they knew Nimrod meant famous hunter and they understood he was being sarcastic. So even in the context of at the time that cartoon was being shown, half the people watching it were turning it into a new slang. The other half were just understanding it as him being ironical of speech, right? It didn't change the definition. We're house shoes kind of people. We have big dogs who definitely track the outside in. I'm also not a dog in the house sort of person either. So I'm not big on, especially I think house dogs, I'm not as much of a fan of as outdoor dogs, but they're okay. But the one thing I really don't like is indoor-outdoor animals. I love having outdoor animals that can fend for themselves and they go eat foods in the wild and you pet them and you hang out with them while they're outside and you go running and that sort of thing. That's fine if you want to do it that way. I understand the life expectancy of those animals can be sometimes compromised. Sometimes they can have like a lower chance of staying healthy for the rest of their lives. Indoor animals, I think, have their own psychoses as well. They have longer lives, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the quality of their life is as excellent as they could be if they followed their instincts and hung out outside a lot. I see the merits to both, but I really don't like indoor-outdoor animals because there are way too many things just in the woods that we live in that I super don't want in our house. And there's two ways that they can come in. Way number one is our kids, and that they do. We get hitchhikers, right? Like ticks and spiders and stuff come in through our kids, and so we got to mind them if they come back into the house. And the other one would be if our pets did that, but we have indoor-only pets. Even if they get onto the screened porch, they can sometimes come in with hitchhikers and have brought in like nasty poisonous spiders and stuff into the house. So not really keen on that, and therefore I don't like households where you feel like even indoors everything is still like it is in the outdoors. It makes me squeamish anyway, and I like a house where I can take my shoes off and wiggle my toes on the floor, bare feet everywhere, slapping around my meat flap feet. Anyway. You better suck it up for my 2 crazy ass dogs. It's cool. I don't live at your house. I can go to somebody's house that has indoor outdoor pets. It's not a problem if it's not my house. They're little keychains and a toilet that flushes and has the head pop out. Oh, they're not just toilets. You do have skibbity toilets. Saying these processes typically happen over a very long time. It's true. They will happen over a very long time. Some things can be a little bit shorter, but then you don't know if they'll stick around. But if they do, they really need like large scale consensus. I don't think the way I just defined murder cult and playing this game is the same thing as something like we're creating a brand new neologism that could possibly take over. The legal term could mean something else later on. That's real rough. When it comes down to things like law and politics, codifying something into documentation that gets used later on, that makes language stick way longer than the way spoken word sticks. And so you do have people that, you know, struggle with, well, how do you even read this law? There's a bunch of Latin terms in here. There's weird verbiage that's in here. If you look at anything that's like the definition of an amendment or an addition of a new clause to something, like literally you might read like 8 stanzas that all begin with whereas, and you're like, how does a sentence begin with whereas? And is this all one long run-on sentence? And like, what is going on? And we haven't changed standards for like codifying, amending a law or policy in a long time. So some things get way stickier than others. Same thing with medicine too, right? The only things that we've seen as far as trends in medicine linguistics changing in the last 10 to 20 years is we have parts of the body, diseases, and other like microbial things that are named after people. And those people are either 1, lame people, or 2, people that are only like famous in their own little tiny community. And it just doesn't make sense for all of the world to refer to that person every time like they were the big inventor of this thing. Maybe they weren't even the original discoverer. They might just be the person who got it published. And so some things we still keep the honorific name on, but a lot of stuff like we've taken a name off of it. Also for like first people who suffer from a disease, I find it would be pretty rude if I was part of that family of that person who died of that disease to have that disease constantly use my deceased family member's name. Like, can you guys come up with a scientific term for this instead of my dead, grandpa over and over again? And so in medical linguistics, that's one thing that has been changing is they're removing all the references to people that don't make sense to do so. It probably won't for Begs the Question, but I'm saying is if regular society starts using Begs the Question wrong and it eventually trickles over into higher educated professions, it could eventually become too ambiguous to what it means in court, thus gets used less, and the common version in this hypothetical being the current wrong use becomes the only use. It's possible. It's just much trickier now because once upon a time we were much more anecdotal, and now we have records for everything, right? We wouldn't even have a chat GPT if we didn't have a corpus of like all humans writing accessible through internet sources. Your dogs are on pills to keep the nasty buggers out of the house. That's helpful. How does that work? Do they like hop on, take one taste of the flesh, and they're like, nope, not this dog. I'm out of here. And then just jump right back off? I'm just curious how the pill idea works. Nimrod now is the main context of being dumb. I disagree. Nimrod now has zero context. For some people that were into Looney Tunes, it had the context of being dumb. And for everybody before Looney Tunes, it had the context of being a hunter. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be used in Looney Tunes had it not had that hunter context. So most of the career of that word was hunter. A short span of that word meant dumb because some kids got the reference wrong. And now there's no reference at all because almost nobody reads about Nimrod and knows who that is. It's basically just a nonsense word. If I told my kids anything about Nimrod, they wouldn't know. But I don't teach them about biblical era hunters either. Talia is an indoor dog. We let her out when she wants to, but she seems to prefer the inside. Okay. If I ever get a house, there will be a doggy door, however, fenced yard too. That's kind of a nice idea. Yeah, keeping a curated area where it's like safe, the vegetation's kept cut short or whatever, so you don't have like nasty creepy crawlies hiding in there, or like if we have high grass in anybody's yards in this neighborhood, we get snakes. So you know not to step out into areas with high grass fields or woods where there's grass around. Most of the woods here don't have grass growing in them though. But that's how you get snakes. That's how you get a snake bite. And here, more than half the snakes are poisonous. So we would not want to have outdoor animals and wilds. We would have to have something like a curated fenced area ourselves, for sure. They die? They just bite your animals and they die? The things that bite the dogs, I realize you have no context by the time you say, oh, no, I actually followed. For once in my life, I read what you said fast enough that I kept the context in my head. Okay, let's get out of this menu real quick, and I'll keep catching up with chat here because I realize I'm still like 4 minutes behind. Multiplies with I just don't think this will happen. Yes, this won't happen enough that this is high value to me versus the last bullet in the revolver's chamber will happen much more frequently. And then the flare gun is, again, like a pretty rare instance weapon. It's limited of ammo, so this is, again, like even lower bang for the buck. I'm going to keep going with the revolver one in this case. So last bullet in the revolver's chamber is now 50% more damage. That's kind of cool. It's kind of hip. And let's just... Okay, yeah, we already saw that. I'll just back out of this. Okay, so we're back in here again.
I figured this out on the plot board.
Oh, all right, Al. Listen, I know where I am. We'll go to the plot board. We'll figure this out. I'll stare at the plot board while we catch up on chat.
I had a new idea, a new story thread.
Okay. If on the shoes in the house thing though, my dad taught me to always take my shoes off. My mom out here doesn't. I have another Oz visit. Hang on, chat. I will catch up with chat. What have we got? What did you add?
Pepper, salt, parsley, dill.
That's really solid. Yeah. That's an elevated taste experience all around. Huh? Okay. Yeah. She just cooked up some fish so that we have that ready. It was also going to go bad probably tomorrow. So pretty important that we get that done. My mom out here doesn't, and it drives me nuts because I normally don't even wear socks, so I step on dirt and debris she tracks in from outside. I have only had a couple instances in my entire life where I've had to live in a household where some people feel like they have the need to keep their shoes on. There's only one person I've ever given a pass for shoes on, and that's Yeti, because Yeti is missing one of his legs to cancer, and him like bending down to get his shoes off is a real challenge and not really worth it. You know what? You're one person. I don't even care. And he's only ever come over to like visit. He doesn't like live with us, so not a big deal. But I'll extenuate those circumstances only in very special scenarios. But for the most part, there is no reason to have your shoes on all the time unless you have indoor, outdoor pets that are already bringing in the outside world. Yeah. If it's just humans in there, it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just arguing against your insistence on begs the question never changing. Well, let's see. Let's you and I live a couple 100 years and see how it goes. I challenge you to to live. Let's go. Can we do 300 years? At the end of 300 years, we'll see if begs the question has shifted definitions. That's what we should do. I'll bet you at the end of 300 years that it stays the same because of the internet. Talking about importance of language, and he calls spiders poisonous instead of venomous. Listen, I know the difference between those two words, but I mix it up a lot. That's just because I forget, because I don't deal in spiders. And I wasn't calling the spiders poisonous and venomous. You weren't listening close enough. I was calling the snakes poisonous, but they're venomous. You're right. The whereas thing drove me batty. It's not a fun way to read text of anything. It's true. We also have a fenced yard and a doggy door too, but snakes and ticks can still exist somewhat. Ugh, not fun. Easier to monitor though, and usually more controlled typed. Venomous snakes, for example, don't tend to be too close to people because they get hunted. Oh. Do snakes know that? Do snakes fear people? Trash pandas, gophers, bring nasties wherever they please because they aren't scared. Yeah, that's true. I have a mental hang-up about taking my shoes or socks off, but I've also been that level of broken since I was little. Again, yeah, if you're enculturated in a certain way too, that can also do it for you. I was wear your shoes everywhere but in bed growing up, and then when I went to junior high and high school, that changed it for me because I went over to a lot of kids' houses and I was like, damn, your carpet clean. And they're like, oh yeah, well, I mean, we don't walk on it with shoes. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I was like, man, do you guys have like a maid, or do you like clean this every week? Do you steam clean it? And they're like, no, we just don't track stuff on it. And I could just like lie down on their carpet and it just felt so nice. It was like another bed. Anywhere. You could just lie down anywhere and take a nap if you wanted to. It's kind of freeing. Saying there's cases where it can go and change, naturally. And as a linguist, I encourage change. I know some people get really upset at certain words changing that they don't like, that, you know, they grew up not using the word that way, and then they hear it and they're like, oh, I don't like that. I don't want that to exist. I don't want people to catch on to that. I don't want that to be a new standard. Well, I like it. I like seeing language evolve personally. I think it's the English majors that get really stuck on, no, it shouldn't change. I'm not trying to argue that it will change, just that it can if the misuse keeps happening over a given period of time, probably on the scale of decades to centuries. And again, I agree with you, except in terms of really official language and stuff that could be backed up by lots of internet, making it stickier because it's harder to move things when there's so many references to the original way it was used. Typho Mary is a good example of that. Good example of what? I do love the topic of language, though, because so much of it is dumb to me. Language is dumb. But language is also beautiful because the one thing that language has to do, and then it's solved, it's done its job, is it has to get an idea accurately out of your head and into somebody else's. If that person can repeat back to you what you have told them and you identify that as correct, yes, my idea transmitted into your head correctly, boom. All of the particulars, nuances, the rules and everything, pronunciation, all of that goes out the window as long as the idea was transmitted. That's it. That's all language is doing for us. Teresa says she wants to poll her students on the word Nimrod. Yeah, that'd be good. Have her try it. I disagree. Sure, almost no one uses it, but for those who do use it, some people out near me do. It's exclusively used to mean idiot. I don't know anybody who uses the word Nimrod. I just don't know people that use that word at all, whatsoever. It's to the point that on Merriam-Webster, it's now listed as the first definition before anything about being person or meaning hunter. Two things. One, the dictionary is never the source of how a word gets used. Dictionaries are descriptive and not prescriptive. Nothing about a dictionary will ever change the course of language. And Merriam-Webster is one of the worst people to try to create prescriptive scenarios, and as a result created disparate spelling in the US by, you know, trying to redefine a language when it was probably a really bad idea to do so. And now we've got this like garbage, you know, you set your phone, you set your computers to one standard, and if you see the other standard, it like underlines it as red and like incorrect spelling, when like, where did this language come from? Came from England. Did the US redefine how to spell these words? No, just Webster, just Merriam-Webster did. One little asshole trying to change the course of the spelling structure of a language that's not even native to the US. And he went and created this whole like weird disparate. I'm completely against American spellings. I can't think of a single American spelling that I prefer over the original English, because to me it's just that one jerk like stepping in, trying to strong arm the language away from its standards, and created a problem because nobody outside of the US cohered and changed their country's standards. Like every other English speaking country uses the British standard. Yeah, so I don't like that. I think Merriam-Webster is just pulling from the era of kids that learned from Looney Tunes. If it bites you and you die, it's venomous. Yes. If you bite it and you die, it's poisonous. Yes, that's how I remember it too. But my mouth doesn't always say that when I'm in, especially in stream mode. If you bite each other and neither of you die, it's kinky. I miss kinky sometimes. Is anyone else getting ads on YouTube now? You should be, because this is how we pay part of the bills now these days. Did you know a lot of American spellings are because of capitalism? Can you tell me about that? I don't know the backstory there. It was expensive to print by letter, so people started removing letters and abbreviating words that weren't previously. I thought it was a Webster thing trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Just like redefine spelling orthography so it makes more sense. But I'd be curious to be fact-checked on that. I'd like to be proven wrong if that's the case. For the revolver, I got in the habit of only ever reloading one bullet into it so that you're always doing the max damage. Corny. Just 300? Youngins, a lot of you. Yeah, we're not all of us are that close to Kane in generations, you know, so you know, I don't know that we'll last as long as you. Snakes are familiar with hunting grounds and such. Interesting. Densely populated areas are usually avoided pretty heavily. I did not know that. I'm getting slower in reading chat. My apologies. I know it's a taboo because of the formality of work and stuff, but when at my desk in my old job, I always wanted to take off my shoes, but I know it would not go over well. I wish I had a desk job where I could take off my shoes. That would be pretty sick. Maybe if you could just kind of hide your feet, nobody would know. The word I don't like changing right now is how people say shit like, that person has the good yap, instead of just saying that person is good at talking, or that person has interesting conversations and points. I don't know. That's obviously not a redefinition, right? That's just slang. I think slang will never quite be the same thing as a new definition until it really, really sticks. And yap doesn't feel like it's going to stick. It feels like one of those things that one more generation comes out and then it's cringe to see that word in use. And they'll hear older people saying it and be like, no, nobody says yap anymore, yo. Just popped over the last few months in circles I'm in, and I hate it because it sounds so goofy. Well, you either get used to it by exposure or you just always hate it. Diaz the good yap sounds so much dumber than Diaz really good conversations. I don't know. Yap does a little bit more of an insinuation of it's specifically what I add in when I talk. Whereas good conversations kind of suggests that other people engaged are also good at adding their parts too, which I think I personally agree with the latter. I do have fairly good communicative skills. It's why I'm doing what I'm doing here. But I also believe that you all as a community add immense wealth too. So I would much rather say we have good conversations because it's as much you guys as it is me in my head. Yeah. Funny thing for Nimrod being used, all the people I do know that use it are very religious and Christian. that might be the difference between our circles. I do not know people who are highly religious or Christian very much at all. So it could be they all know the Looney Tunes one, which is super ironic, and I know a bunch of people that just don't know the word at all because they didn't watch Looney Tunes and they didn't read their Bible. Typhoid Mary is a good example of a person's name being permanently attached to a tragedy. Oh, gotcha. We're talking back to the medical linguistics thing. Yeah. Permanently attached to a tragedy due to a circumstance. Mary didn't have any symptoms, but she was still spreading the disease as a carrier, so deaths were attributed to her. I remember this, yes. However, while she may have been patient zero, it was bathing and sanitization habits more than anything that contributed to the spread. Right. And that's true of a lot of things, right? We've got a lot of misconceptions or urban legends based on old medical, and we've got some nasty stuff like Typhoid Mary in there as a result of, if you know the story, then obviously you've solved it for you, but for a while, people were really blaming her and using her as the probably the number one word that people think of when they hear typhoid is the name Mary, which sucks. It's fair on Webster? I think so. The one thing I keep hearing lately is I have the gift of gab, but I kind of like that one. That's a much older. Yeah, that's not really slang anymore. I'd say that's a cliche to say you have the gift of gab. I can see that. Just saying I hate people saying the good yap or the bad yap. Just means you're getting old. That's all. Gift of gab is fairly old. Yeah. Thought so as well, but it wasn't common in areas I've lived, so I couldn't say from personal knowledge. I think old phrases sometimes come back in a little bit. Sometimes all it takes is like a good song or like a good track by somebody, and they add in like a cliche or an older term, and then it just becomes part of nomenclature again. It gets brought back in because it gets cool again. That's kind of on the rare side, but sometimes somebody hip today will use an old term and it becomes popular. Chat, this isn't very good. He's catching up. How dare you try to make it so I can't catch up? I think Dvorak is an inferior keyboard and QWERTY was made to optimize typing in Japanese. That's fair. You can say that. I'm making a YouTube video on that one, so I'm not going to rant anymore on live stream about that because I've already got part of a script done for a YouTube video. So there, I will not pontificate on the matter. Damien, when Proto-Indo-European began its first spread, how far did it reach? You can look that up on the internet. Nice try. I'm not your personal Google. Listen, PIE, as I like to call it, had a big reach. And you can find out by Googling it. Your plans have failed. What are we doing with this board? I think we're going to the derailed train. Oh, we have a couple options. The FBI agent or the murder cult. I really want to do more of the FBI agent. This murder cult thing is, I don't know. It's lame to me, even after our long conversation about linguistics. It just seems more lame. The FBI agent part seems more interesting to me. D, why do you have a red color on your face? Is there any significance to it, or just red looks cool? Okay. We can talk about that. We're caught up with chat. We can talk about that one thing. So, the Bossing Say theme from in the stream title yesterday and today, I put it in twice now. I called it the part 1 and the part 2. The reason why I used Bossing Say is because we had weirdness happen to our family's well-being, like it happened before a few years ago. We have particularly bad actors that have identified the sort of content that I do online as something less than savory. They don't believe that it's the sort of thing that a person that has the day life off stream that I do should have, that possibly that this should affect my employment, and possibly that this should affect my living situation that we're in right now, which is a very complex one that I don't share online. maybe someday in the far distant future, we'll talk about like the whole living situation on the internet. But for the most part now, that's reserved to DMs. And we went through a really challenging time 3 years ago and made it out and secured things in our life in a very tenuous, uncomfortable, and awkward standard that we maintained through a lot of hard work and discomfort, a lot of sacrifice, and I hate it. And it came back up again, swelling back up in full bloom like it did 3 years ago, just in this last week. I canceled Wednesday's stream as a result. And so when I came back, I wasn't quite sure how to handle coming back onto my live streams, knowing that not only is my community lovingly watching and producing content with me and having deep, great conversations. Yeah, I know you caught me on this, but this is important. But also, folks are monitoring what I do and are making machinations happen that are directly affecting Oz, myself, and the kids, and the trajectory of where we're going and the work that we're doing off stream. So when I talk to the camera, I'm talking to fledglings, I'm talking to ghosts, I'm talking to new people that are neither of those things edified in the community. And I'm also talking to people who are categorically listening to every idea and thought that I share and creating a narrative that there's something dark and twisted and wrong with me. And that they take umbrage of who I am and what I'm representing and what I stand for. So when I came back yesterday, I didn't feel like I could address any of those. I didn't feel like I could be my authentic self. I'm still trying to wrap up the last bits of like where this conflict is going to go and how it's going to be resolved, how to protect Oz, the kids, and myself for the future of our family and what we're doing. And I felt very tongue-tied. So I thought, what better way to represent how I felt based on what we were going through. Let's be real for a moment. Come close. Come closer to me right now. Wanted to be real about how unreal I felt, how tongue-tied I felt, how constrained I felt. Of course, we have an ad break now for Twitch. That's fine. I'm going to keep going. And so I turned off all the colors. I just put just plain white on in the room. I closed up the all the funny props and everything that are behind me that sort of showcase the vampire hunter Van Helsing sort of concept that we've built this platform toward. I closed all of that up and just wore a robe and just made myself comfy. I didn't even put my contacts in. I just put on my old glasses. And I just did that and just focused on the game almost exclusively. We didn't have any real like meaningful conversation yesterday. I just bossing said to the whole thing. Like, yes, there's a conflict happening. Yes, there's stuff that's like actively going on. But you know what? It's behind a wall. And we're just playing Alan Wake 2, and we're just having a good time, just smiling and connecting with the camera. And I love all your faces, and we're just doing the thing that we do. We're playing games, which is when I started, that was kind of where I was comfortable just doing some games or whatever. But since then, we've gotten so much. We are so much more important. We're so much more nuanced than all of that. So it felt painful to excise that part out of even just one stream, where it's like we're just going to be surfacey and just do games, like there isn't something deeper about us. It felt bad. We are way cooler than that. We are way better than that. Yeah, I'll get to the reason we have red and green here right now. Arrogant of them to think they have the right to dictate anything along those lines, regardless of reasoning. I mean, yeah. Is that why your background was different? Yeah. Have you considered fire? I'm not a violent person. Camera flips on the just chatting screen from the gameplay. I know. That's because in gameplay, my head's in a certain place and I like to like point my nose toward the game. It's a little psychological thing for good layout purposes. Yeah. Okay. So that happened. Tonight's stream, I decided to look like a weird, messed up version of a corporate shill. So I wore like a really funny tie jacket combination. This is a gray tie with a yellow, yellow tie with a gray jacket. I have my Apple Music shirt that I got as a promo for when Apple Music was new, and and pulled my hair back so I look kind of like extra commercial and spokesperson for some sort of product. And then I thought, what's going to make the backdrop, if I open it back up again, different than like our standard creepy sort of look? I just thought, green looks really sickly and weird, and it makes it look like I'm on some sort of like old TV. Old TVs sometimes did colors like very poorly. And the complementary color to the green is having a red bounce light on my face, and made it look like maybe I was also focusing on Christmas. Christmas also happens to be really commercial and gross and surfacey. I was just sort of continuing the Bossing Say kind of mentality here. Yeah. So that's where that all came from. Fire isn't violent, it's pretty. Oh, I mean, yeah, as long as it's done safely. If anyone started trying to dictate my content or use it to impact my work, I'd put the fear of God into them, since that works on religious people. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, how did we get to where we are with the branding that we're in? All my content that I've done all the way back to when I was first doing videos on High Valyrian, it just has my name on it. But by and large, the reason why I ever put my face on the internet, as opposed to not just doing content in Hollywood, when I do content in Hollywood, I do other people's work, right? I clock in, I read from a script, I'm acting out a character somebody else has worked hard to make, in a story somebody else worked hard to put together and get produced. And then I wear certain clothes and I look a certain way and I clock out at the end of the day, and I've done something for somebody else's work. When I decided what I wanted to do on the internet, it was always educational. It was always in the pursuit of knowledge. When I started with High Valyrian, I knew right out of the bat, Game of Thrones wasn't always going to be famous. It wasn't always going to be around, and people weren't always going to come back and watch my videos on how to speak a fake language that was made in a fake TV show about, a fake medieval world. But at least got my foot in the door as far as educating and increasing the wealth and value of people. People come home from their jobs, they clock out, and they often have to take some time to disconnect from their work and just decompress. In the remaining time, they might have some ambitions, they might have some family they want to connect with, they might have some personal hobbies or goals that they're moving toward. But it's not a lot of time, and then they have to sleep and get ready to do it all again the next day. The average person's life isn't doing a lot to grow themselves or invest in themselves. So I wanted to create a strong enculturation of doing so. So I did start to create more content that expanded into different avenues, knowing that teaching a fake language wasn't the highest bar of education. And especially when I started live streaming, I was scared to do much more than just play games because I didn't think anybody was into it. But as we got more and more into deeper conversations and building a community that cared more about the controversial topics, talking things out, analyzing different sides and nuances to a point to better understand the field, even if you feel strongly, all the more reason, I think, if you feel strongly about a topic, to really hear what other people are saying and understand their motivations as to why, because it might seem alien to you if you feel very passionate that anybody would take another side. And so really understanding that playing field enriches us and grows us in such a massive way. So when I transitioned from just doing games to doing things that were more like I wanna dig heels in, and I want to have harder, deeper conversations than Twitch often has. Except for like there's some people that do political streaming, and I've watched some of those folks. They're interesting, but they can get kind of loopy. I mean, they loop a lot. So they talk about a lot of the same rhetoric. Their policies and ideas aren't changing for them. They have a certain idea of what they think about other political parties. That doesn't change. And they often get very insulting, too. They don't talk politely about other people who don't feel the same way they do. They don't have a lot in their heart to reach across the aisle and find commonalities, which is another thing that I eventually adopted into the branding of this. When I did all of that, my branding for where I wanted to move the show visually, I promise I'm getting somewhere with this. Please bear with me. It's hard for me to talk about this fast because I'm also emotional about this. My original branding was something I love, which is sci-fi. So I had stars and nebulae and a little astronaut bunny that was my mascot. Everything was like sci-fi. I like sci-fi stuff. I thought it would just play in. And I liked to play a lot of futuristic games. I was way into cyberpunk around that time. And so I just wanted to do something. So like, hey, if you follow D, you can also be into sci-fi things. I found out after meeting a lot more people in the community, I don't like sci-fi the way most people like sci-fi, because most people have seen so much more stuff, are so way deeper in the weeds as far as consumption of cool sci-fi content that I'm a casual at best. But that was the visual. Once we started getting into more difficult conversations, I wanted to reflect that in the branding. And so I started trying to look up symbols of wisdom and the pursuit of knowledge and intelligence and academia and all that sort of thing. I couldn't find anything that symbolized well, but I eventually stumbled on Odin, who's a Norse god, for those of you that haven't heard the term or the name. And I started to try to create some Odin symbology. I found that he was into wolves and ravens, and he's got like a famous spear, and I made little emoji out of all that stuff. You might take a look in the emoji today and see some of the ravens as vestiges of that. The wolves and the spears have been retired. And we started to move towards this like academic pursuit of wisdom look about everything. I tried to sort of add that. The where the heck is my fingers pointing to the logo? It's hard to do. The DH, if my name is over top of an Odin raven, meaning the pursuit of wisdom or intelligence, knowledge. And that became a thing that I tried for a while. I talked to B. Wozart, Boaz, if you will, and he helped me devise the color scheme. So like the gold, the bronze, that's where we get this like yellow and orange, and then the deep purple is like the deep pursuit of things knowledgeable and intellect. Purple tends to be either royal or like knowledge as a color. So that's where we were in this sort of like weird interim space where I had a color scheme and a symbology that was poor at best to try to define, us being big smarties on live streams. And then we moved from that. I promise I will catch up with chat, but I just want to wrap this up. So from that, we moved more toward the pursuit of knowledge. I wanted to also showcase the other thing that I love as much as that, which is things that are just sort of like macabre and dark and like Gothic literature and things that involve like, the vampire werewolf stories of long forgotten days, back when men used to wear lace and wear their hair long, and a politer era where swordplay was perceived as something you could, learn and master and duel other people. That's another big love of mine. Like the medieval era, I like going to the Renaissance fairs, and I've always liked stories, everything from like Edgar Allan Poe back to Mary Shelley. And I thought, there's a nuance to that could still work with the whole Odin and pursuit of knowledge thing. What if we did like Van Helsing? Van Helsing was like a character who was in pursuit of creepy, monsters out there, had to do some academic research and training and be like the best witch hunter. I always thought of witch hunters as being more than just a person that went out with a sword and some silver bullets in a old musket, but more so somebody who had to do like studies of the dark and macabre and learn the other side of things, learn the occult side of things while fighting for the side of light. And so I was going to go with a clean Van Helsing sort of story, but workshopping the idea with Oz, we thought this would be even cooler if the idea moved towards, what if Van Helsing hung out with the demons long enough that he started to lose himself in the battle and he started to get corrupted by the other side. This also moved toward an idea that I thought was really cool, which is that story of like a corrupting of a zealot who's got his own blazing cause and the demons have their own cause. And now he's sort of like a liaison between the forces of good and can kind of maybe even hang out with the guys he's been fighting and hunting now too, because he's got a little corrupt streak in him. That sort of symbolizes that bridging across the gap, shaking hands with your opponents and pulling the two sides together to understand one another a little bit better. Maybe at the end of the day, you still decide to fight them, but you should fight what you know them to be, not what you imagine them to be. That's very important to me. And so all the prop stuff in the background, many of which were made by Stuart Mullen, they're all symbolic of that Van Helsing on the journey to hunt and win over for his side, the big battle. Some of my macabre aesthetic is also to do that, but the content has always stuck to, like, I never talk about like, let's go demon hunting. I don't go that far down the role playing where I'm actually talking about like, let's go on demon hunts. Let's go arm our whips and our vials of holy water we're going to throw at the monsters, all that sort of thing. I'm not that much of a performer. I'm a performer, but I don't want my show to be about that. The content has still always been about maximizing knowledge, using our strongest empathy, being the biggest love that we could possibly be by reaching out to as many people as we can and understanding their motivations so that we can come to a better consensus with each other, so we can learn to work with each other better. That big love, but that big love coming from an edgy place of darkness means a lot to me. I think it's cool. I think it's captivating. I hope it is. I hope it engages people, encourages people to engage with the content rather than me just wearing a professor's outfit and like pointing at a whiteboard behind me and talking dry. I think I'm cooler for it. I think it's more engaging for people that maybe were afraid to be intellectual or have challenging conversations. I show that it can be more comfortable. It can be more ground level. You don't have to be a crazy academician to talk about these kind of things. But that aesthetic and some of our open conversations about challenging topics can really rankle some people's senses. Some people see just the aesthetic. Some people hear just the topics we're discussing. Some people will hear me just entertaining the other side of the conversation, and they're like, he's corrupt. He's bad. He's off. He is misguiding an entire community of people. He's leading folks into a state of abandon, a state of corruption for their values and morals. He's a bad person that's bringing other people to a bad side. He's got the wrong ideas. He's motivated by the wrong things. His heart's not in the right place. And he does not deserve the things that he does in his day life to be secure where they are. That's what brings us to the Bossing Say. That's where we are today. Let me catch up with chat, and then I'll catch you up to what happened in just this last week, and then I promise we'll continue to play this game. Yeah? Where did I last stop reading? Some of you who know me IRL, like Heistiana, have been following this saga for a long time and have been fighting for our side, and I appreciate you for that. Greatly. Huge love. I don't put any thought into the background on my stream, but to be fair, I also don't have a camera for it. Being on camera, I have certain pressures of what I would love to have, like a much more engaging background than I do, and most of my background is still white wall. Part of that is the constraints of the space that I'm in. Part of the constraints is I feel like I was monitored for many years, and part of it is I just don't know what to spend. Well, I don't have a lot of money to spend, but I don't know what to put there just yet. So I'm up for ideas in the whole Van Helsing-ish sort of direction. If you can think of anything, we could make that happen, make a cool backdrop. It has to also not be too visually noisy too, you know? It's got to be something that the eye can still track me and not be just like screaming crazy stuff happening on, behind me as well. Hey, not sure what the convo is about. Hi, Gavin. But did Alan wake up yet? he did not. He did not. But since you're here, if everybody in here has not heard yet of Gavin Stoutheart, please do hear about him from me. He's a consummate goblin streamer, and we love goblins. Oz is a goblin.
Now or never.
Gavin is like a real, actual live
Go
goblin.
for it.
Oh yes, a lot of dice.
Uh-oh.
So do you. Show this king what we think of his sickness.
Okay.
You can do it. I believe in you.
One more attack.
Get it, get it, get it.
One more attack.
I hope this clip doesn't end short. Come on, get him.
And roll.
Oh my. That's a lot of
Because
dice.
it's nighttime, that counts.
Ooh.
I just gotta survive.
Oh, killing blow.
Survive.
Slaughter. Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
I had 5 health. I
5 health?
I did it by 1 heart.
Oh my gosh.
I did it.
Well done.
Way to go, Gavin!
Well done.
Oh my gosh, that was so close.
I can't believe you survived that. It looked like you were done. You took so much damage. Anyway, yeah, go follow him. Wholesome, good bean, and one of my favorite goblins on the face of this planet. One thing I really love about using my gaming PC monitors is my work desk. There's a button that shifts all monitors from one computer to the other instantly. We need to talk. I would love to set something up like that. Is that once I've clocked out, work immediately becomes my play or winds down process. I love that. The whole vibe of the house changes end of day. Cool, cool, cool. You versus me in sci-fi? Yeah, you make me feel like a filthy casual, Legos. Even my username is tied to space and space things? Oh, I didn't know. Purple is also a contrasting color to orange. Hence, and I didn't create my color scheme. Again, an artist much more famous than me and great. You should all check out B. Mozart's stuff online everywhere. Just like the word Mozart, but with a W and then a B in front. But yeah, he decided the purple, gold, and orange in our color scheme that we use for branding here. Sci-fi is a big one for me too, but I'm all over the place. Science, philosophy, language, religions, medicine. Yes, you're that. All of these are tribal to me as well. And I didn't know how to make a lot of these into stream visuals. I had conversations with so many friends and Oz, lots of conversations with Oz. Like, what am I doing? How can I put any of this stuff into actual live stream and make it make sense? Because yeah, a visual on all of that, I don't know how you do it, right? I don't know how you make it happen, but we're trying. Today feels like a Wednesday stream. It does. We will get back to the game, I promise. But we didn't have a Wednesday stream, so, you know, I'm making up for it. Menon being the first ever known shift of the Proto-Indo-Euro word mensis, changing to the Proto-Germanic menon, or the first word in the chain of etymology, for month. Interesting. Interesting. Of what became Mona, which in turn became moon. Oh, yes, moon. So Liko straight up from Greek for wolf. I thought so. My name can be interpreted as wolf of the first moon. I like that. Very nice, very nice. D once said he thought of me as a vampire, made me grin. Haven't decided if I'm going to die yet after that reveal, but we'll see. It's your timeless qualities and your like sort of classic vibe. You like things that are not like pop and hip. You like things that have been tried and tested and are not out of vogue, but they're just, speak to a more ancient vibe. Know what I mean? I have ideas for you later. I am excited. Thanks, Kaisiana. Generally, I've erased everything but puppy pictures on my social media out of fear of intrusive HR people. Sam, I understand. As somebody who knew HR when it was like first getting into like cyber stalking people's profiles and like learning about them from everything they posted online, I fully understand. And yes, HR actually does this. If you think, oh, well, I didn't give them all my personal stuff, they pay for services and they do stuff well behind your back to find all of that. If you like posting 420 pictures of yourself, if you like showing, different versions of you that are maybe antagonistic to the company that you work for, HR stumbled upon it. Almost certainly. Then they had to make a decision. If you're still working where you work after HR has done their pass, that means that even if they found some compromising stuff, it was okay. But sometimes it's a deal breaker. Sometimes it is. My background is just my home, but I get a lot of compliments on it. Your home feels homey to me. I like it. I like what I've seen anyway. I feel like you need a bunch of old looking books or tomes. That would be really cool. That'd be really cool. I do have some books behind me. Some of them are like this one and the two behind it are pointed so that the front cover can be seen by the camera if the camera was up a little bit higher. But right now you can't see it. And the other two behind it, I just turned the same direction. If you look at the spines, you really can't get any read on what's going on there. So I just didn't do anything with the spine. I tried to point it so you could actually see the front page. Then this book, you can see the spine of, and there are two more books like right by my shoulder. Chat's kind of covering them up, but they're there. So I don't have a lot of old books, but I did bring some books that would kind of like play the part a little bit and try to put them behind me as well to lend to that aesthetic. Someone stole my booster seat for this part. Yeah, you looked kind of short on screen, not gonna lie. I can send you some graphics on things like healing knots for old craft medicine. Ooh, that would be cool. Lots of options for those. That'd be awesome. I've been told more than once that I talk from a different time as well. Yeah, I could see where people would get that from you. Yeah, I would think that's kind of complimentary. My Twitter and Reddit should be really hard for people to connect to my real name. Good, keep it that way. Magnus at my place reminds him of a wizard's retreat. Aw, that is a very nice compliment. I wouldn't mind being told that a place that I wouldn't mind if we made this house into something that felt kind of like that. Like, we care about scholarly things. We want you to feel like this is a place where we value intellect, academia, knowledge, pursuit of knowledge, bettering yourself, but also kind of like mystical and just like a magical vibe to everything. I think that would be really cool to make the house kind of get that feel. Houses have like modern houses, interior decorating can have such like little soul. It just looks like a place where you put a bunch of tchotchkes you bought from various places. Like you went to tourist areas, you saw something made out of glass. You thought, wow, that must have made the crafter have to work for a good many hours to make this little craft, and I want to support that artist, and so I'm going to buy his thing. I'm going to put it on the shelf in my room, in my living room, not look at it. Well, I'll look at it once a month because I should dust it. And then hopefully I'll have guests over maybe twice or three times a year, and they might look around my house and comment on the things on my shelves. That will make me feel really good. And I feel like a lot of people decorate their houses with this mentality. We could do better. We could do better than that, honestly. Can't we? Yeah. I put them under my screen names for names. Only connection is my email address. Wonder if they could find it off of that alone. They can. They can, actually. It happened to a guy who was running for a political position in, I want to say, North Carolina. He used the same email for some Spicy stuff, he said online, and there went his career. Got to be careful using the same email address everywhere. The email address is set to private on them. That might get you some protection from HR. Give me all kinds of neat compliments. You deserve them. You deserve them, Troy. My mom's that way. I decorate for what I like. Fuck what others think. Good. It shouldn't. How often do you have other people in your home judging your tastes? Or do you just have people over that like you already? Most people just have people over that like you already. In which case, you want to decorate to make a place that makes you feel good. Fuck what anybody else thinks. They're not living in that house. You are. I have lots of dragons and squirrels on display. There you go. That sounds like a perfect Gavin brand to me for making a house that will make you feel happy. Two very powerful creatures. Depending on your size, I could see squirrels being very powerful and menacing. I do it for our HR, but we don't care. We just laugh about it. Good. I think HR and companies needs to calm down a little bit as far as what they consider bad for their employees. Oz says, I decorate my house for me, and we will do more and more of that in the upcoming years. We'll get there. Oz and I will do. Maybe we'll live stream some of it. Would you all want to see IRL streams of us like bringing the house into our fold and making it ours? Would people do that? Would people watch just like, I don't know, painting and decorating and fixing up a house? Or is that boring? Or maybe if we just have these kind of conversations like we're having right now while doing that kind of work, maybe that would be content. Consider possibly. I decorate for me, but I do show off too, but then people worship me anyways. True. This is true. You've already got, they're there because they worship you probably. Anyone want to watch us scrape ceilings and walls? We do have some popcorn that we need to scrape off the ceilings. It's awful. And patch holes in paint. It's true. All of those things. If another person came over that didn't like my taste, why the hell are they coming over? Good point. If they're hired to provide a service, like fix a furnace, decorations are none of the business, right? They're just there to do a job. Dire squirrels, great mounts. Oh, yeah. That could be fun. I've never seen a goblin mount a dire squirrel, but I think there's a great story there. Lots of books everywhere, art, trinkets from games and movies everywhere, crystal decanters. That sounds up my alley. Fireplace, fountains. I like fountains too. To be fair, if they found my Reddit, they'd see I'm a Star Citizen fan, and they found my Twitter, they'd see some VTuber stuff and me retweeting posts from streamers I follow. Who could argue with that? What's up, Jam? You should do IRL streams where you take us around Georgia? Really? Would anybody else like to see Georgia through our lens? Besides Jam? A goth renovation show? That would be pretty sick. Honestly, I would not be remiss to doing something like that. We'll pop back in here. We'll let the folks that are in Twitch ads come back, and then we'll get back to gameplay. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk. That was very long. Yes, I always say thank you for listening to my TED Talk every time I talk very long about something that's like me. Let's just talk about me and my life. Let's talk about everything that's happening with me. I feel like it's too much self-centered. It's too much focus on me. And so I get awkward about it. And then I say something like, thank you for listening to my TED Talk at the end to try to diffuse my own nervousness about grandstanding and platforming about me. Right. I forgot. I was going to say, just as an end cap, when I caught up with chat, where we are now, because I put a little bit of fear in you guys and sort of left you all hanging a little bit. Fact of the matter is, the situation that was potentially threatening has been quarantined. I'm trying to use careful words to like not dox or talk too much about like personal life stuff, but the situation's like diffused, quarantined, moving forward. Everybody's comfortable, except maybe one person, but everybody else is fine. Anything that might be perceived in a threatening fashion is in fact not now. I've taken some protective measures. I care very much about the well-being of Oz first and foremost in my life. Bad things can happen to me, but I care a lot about Oz because she didn't sign up for. she thought she knew what she signed up for when she chose me, but I don't know that she could have foreseen everything. So first and foremost, protective of Oz, and then if she's good, then our kids, because they need to see also that we as a couple matter to each other first, and then they matter because they're innocents and they need us for certain things. So those things are high priority too, but that they don't supersede our marriage, right? Because we need them to understand that that's how we want them to be raised, that they're not the center of the universe, right? So make sure that they're protected, Oz and the kids, and that everything is fine and that they're not in any sort of risk or that weirdness is going to happen to the lives that we're building here. And I have maybe like one more difficult conversation to have, and I think that's it. And then it should be pretty much a closed case. We keep doing the same beautiful, loving, empathic, growing your brains, getting you brain wrinkles sort of content, continuing the branding because it's fun and edgy sells and it's not hurting anybody. In fact, as soon as you start listening to us, you realize how amazing and stellar and glowing every soul in this chat is. And maybe you want to join this community because we're doing amazing things and we will just keep growing and getting better at this so that our impact on the world continues to do bigger and better things. So don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. The war was happening on the other wall of Ba Sing Se, and there's still a Ba Sing Se. The city is going to still continue to exist, and we're safe. But it was a fucking week to get here. Plants, lots and lots of plants. I like plants. I don't know if I could have them indoors because I think I would kill them. They would watch that. My ex watched all those home improvement and house flipper shows, and suddenly I was replacing flooring, drywall cabinets, and so on. We're not together anymore. Oh, well, yeah. So yeah, maybe as we get to a place where we can figure out how to do it, we do live streams to sort of showcase what we do like in the house. Man, if I could do the business of content creation and get stuff done around the house together and have deep conversations like tonight and many of our nights that we've had, especially the Wednesday nights, do all of that on a regular basis and just survive off of that, I would do that. I would. Yeah, absolutely. Personally, I either keep fake accounts or hide half my posts to make some public.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
You're sending links in Discord with ideas? Okay, I'll check it out. Hide half my posts or make some public so normies don't dig too deep. Probably smart. I haven't done all of that, but I also don't say anything that's like, I don't know, flagging me as a terrorist or anything, or a Satanist or whatever. We talked about wallpaper and closets on the ceiling. Yeah. Do you have a color preference? Are those closets going to be gray? Closets, I'm much less concerned if we do something like an accent ceiling or like introduce some deeper color, because I don't necessarily foresee the places, the closets switching with the seasons like the rest of the house as much. I'd be open to ideas anyways. Yeah. I see a red door. I want to paint it black. I hear that. I'm blue. Tabadi. I don't know about that song. I jammed out to that song once upon a time though. IRL streams are hit and miss. Yeah, I am a little bit nervous about trying it. I feel like we might lose some engagement, some metrics, but maybe we'll gain a different type of audience doing it. I've been here for an hour and a half and there's been like 10 seconds of gameplay. How dare you? Yep, I'm watching a D stream. Good. You signed up for this. You're a subscriber to this. So you get everything that you know exactly what you're here for. Speak for yourself. My soul is stunted. I'll stretch it. I'll put it on the rack. We'll get it stretched out. I need victims. Volunteers. Yes, volunteers. All right, we're caught up. Let's do the missing FBI agent and not the murder cult, because I just like this story better. The agent had come here looking for the cult for trouble. You can only rewrite reality in the scene you're currently in. Oh, am I not in the derailed?
I couldn't add a new element from here. I'd have to go to the scene.
Oh, okay. Unsubbed, unfollowed, reported for copyright infringement of Remedy Games. How dare you? Wait, where am I then? I thought I was at the derailed train. Oh, I'm like right on the other side of it. Gotcha. Oh, that's weird. The shoebox is like, and the break room's like above me, isn't it? All right, we have to walk over here then. Back to the train. Hi, buddy. I'm back. Okay. All right. Missing FBI agent. Let's go. Type up a new reality, please. What happened? Behind me. Did things close off? I hear whispers behind me, actually. So maybe we can get over there now? Doesn't look like I can get forward, though. Maybe we can get forward. Hey, hi. I hear you whisper. Hey, hi. Hey, buddy. What if we do this? I hear you. Oh, we can't get in that door. Where are they going? Okay, it looks like they're leaving me alone. I added that that stealth mechanic ability, so maybe that's helping me get sneaky. Okay, so I can't get in this door with this this version of reality, but maybe we can go backwards. I'm finished spamming your Discord now. Do you want me to check it out after stream, or do you want me to like look at things now? I just I'm hesitant to pop out of the game because I've been I've been forcing everybody to listen to me for such a long time. Wake up, Alan. I'm trying. I'm pressing all the buttons. I still haven't found which button. Still haven't found which button wakes him up. But I did find all these lovely shadow type Pokemon. And they all seem to say their name a whole lot. This guy's like still there. Okay, so it is like more this way to get in there, I think. It looks like you can kind of go this way. Maybe. Since I missed out on the gameplay of the last 2 hours, how are you liking the subway area? It's a little more tense, which is fine. I like tense. But I also feel like it's a little slow. Maybe that's just how I'm playing it, to be fair. Oh, can I go in this way now? Oh, no, this isn't. It's still just, like, stuck. Did this not do anything? I feel like I closed a way, and I didn't open a new way. Cold to the word over there. Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, there's a thing here, right here. I think I prefer being up on top side, like in the city, on the streets, and being down here feels, I don't know, not as engaging, but fine. City's still my favorite place so far. I'm kind of curious to see what you think now, because the next time I'll get your opinion is tomorrow. I'll wake you up and tell you my opinion. I'm just kidding. You probably don't want to hear it that way. I've seen some of those shadow Pokemon too while working in the hospital. Oh. That's just a little bit disturbing. I'd imagine it'd feel slow when we talk 3 minutes for every minute of gameplay. Listen, you're watching a stream by me, so this is exactly what you came for. Oz, what did you? let me play some more game before
I
we
should look at the plot board to figure out a way forward.
look at like 6 different links. Listen, you're watching a D. You are.
Hello? Anyone there? Dead.
Why don't you pick it up? He's not actually going to pick it up. He's just going to like talk into it from up here. All right. Is there anything else? Other clues around here that I'm supposed to investigate? It seems weird to set the whole stage just to like listen to one little walkie that's not even going to work. But okay, we'll do your murder cult version. Hey.
And plot beat made sense together.
Oh, you're telling me this scene needed this plot.
The cult poured the gasoline over the train car. An iron cage that would soon become a coffin.
Awful. It got way more whispery in here too, didn't it? There's a lot more friendos to go meet. Shall we go see who can hug? Can we hug you? What's that? Oh! How dare you? Ah! Hang on. Why would you do this to me? I thought we were friendos. Oh, he's definitely more of a body. All I wanted was a hug. I didn't want to touch your squid ink. Well, I guess we're popping pills now on stream. Wouldn't be the first. Just kidding. I think we need some more pills. Better. That's better. Okay. So now these guys have explodey bits. Good to know.
Go on, ma'am.
This is where the history of the cult gets genuinely disturbing. The cultists tracked down the torchbearers living in the tunnels. They locked the poor folks up in a derailed subway car, doused it in gasoline. Yeah.
Charming.
It turns into a bit of a ghost story after that. They say the dark smoke from the fire still roams the tunnels searching for new victims to devour.
There are no happy endings in this city.
The story thread felt important. I could use it in one of the scenes I'd found.
All right. Torchbearers. This looks like it was supposed to be a safe room for me. Oh, maybe it is if I can switch the scenes. Maybe. Can we go through here?
It could not be opened on this side.
There's no through here. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I thought all this stuff was like supposed to be Cult of the Word stuff, so maybe that's the ticket. Every time we switch to this scene, we're going to see a lot of that mark everywhere. Okay. Well,
New beat for the story.
can we try torchbearers here? The way forward through the bowels of the burnt carcass. I guess so. If you want to say it that way. Also sounds like a good plug for a hemorrhoids cream. Sorry. I don't know why I'm thinking about hemorrhoids right now. Oh.
Sick and twisted story. But it worked.
Different. Okay, so not much is changing
The
between
subway
these.
car had become a burnt husk. I could get through it now.
Hey, okay. Well, first off, oh, did that body just like goo over? Okay, hang tight. I just want to see what's over in this other room real quick. If it changed at all. Is this door openable now? Probably still not. Yeah.
It was locked from the other side.
Yeah, I know. I tried it twice. I believe you. All right. Hey, husks. Are any of you going to come alive and try to fight me while I'm in here? Oh, cutscene. Okay, now we're controlling ourselves again. Hi, buddy. Yeah. If any of these guys came alive, that would be kind of neat. But also, this is a really tight corridor. Hello. Hi. Hi. I feel bad. Are they really all suffering because of some folks that are fetishizing my writing?
None of this was real.
I mean, that's not my fault. Well, uplifting. I feel like hugging a puppy right now.
Fuck me.
Yeah. Listen, Al, you're not responsible for the way that people misuse your writing. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, Al. Al, it's not your fault. Can we close this door, though? I don't think I necessarily want those folks coming this way. And can we open this for the shortcut? Yeah, get that door open. Oh. Hey, I didn't see you here. The final ghoul. Welcome on in. We're playing Alan Wake 2 for the first time ever. Actually, I'm playing every Alan Wake for the first time ever this year. So if you go to YouTube, you can see all of everything in my channel there under playlists. All the way from the very first minutes of Alan Wake 1. All the DLC. American Nightmare. Hot American Nightmare. I can't say American Nightmare without doing the Dr. Tran thing. If you don't know Dr. Tran, go watch Dr. Tran. Then you'll laugh at why I say Hot American Nightmare. My pup buddy was curled up on my shoulder. Oh, after hearing you say that, his nose to the screen, wagging his tail. Oh, come here, buddy. Come here and let me hug a puppy. The final ghoul, is this your final form, or there shall be no more ghouls to come? It's a good question. Yeah, are you a boss? Do you have multiple stages? Okay, let's real quick. We saw a really interesting little bit here. Let's see what Oz is trying to show us here. Oz has ideas for these would be in our closets on the ceiling as like an accent ceiling. Some people do accent walls. Here's the thing with closets. You do an accent wall in a closet. What do you put in a closet? A bunch of stuff. It's going to cover the walls, right? But you don't cover your ceilings. So you should be able to see the ceiling too. So why not have something that looks kind of hip, right? As opposed to just like a blank white ceiling in a room where you could do something. So here's a cool idea. I like the mask. I like, you know, the patterning of this. And this is still a neutral color. So we could still add splashes of color into the room, or even just change lighting or whatever to match our mood. And this also fits. Our walls will be sort of this shade of gray anyways in the rest of the house. So I see this one working really well. Let me know what you guys think. This would be ceiling wallpaper in the closets, in all of our closets. I get asked that question a lot. Actually, it's supposed to be like the final girl, but ghoul instead of girl. Wait, so then why are you the final girl? Either walls or ceiling with a corresponding color drench. Okay. Or walls. All right, so Oz has a lot more variety in mind, actually. So think about it. About what you guys think you would like to see the most. Or we could do this gold. This is pretty posh. This would make me feel like I'm literally living in a palace. If the closets had this kind of gold look, I would feel palatial. I could see it working though. I think the gray feels more like my income level in my brain, but I wouldn't rule this out. I wouldn't rule it out. It's hip. This is nice. So this kind of grayed out bluey color, sort of like a light cornflower or whatever, or like a, you know, an older turquoise that's faded. And then the metallic, it's like a light bronzy sort of color. I really like the counterplay of the two colors. They're almost like faded complementary colors of each other kind of look. And this really makes sort of an older feel to everything. The distressing makes it feel like you've entered into a place that's like ancient. And our house on the outside doesn't look that ancient. So having ancient feeling on the inside would be kind of a neat, like catfish. Like, oh, you thought you were coming into a house that had this aesthetic. Now you look inside and it's like, oh, you took a step back like 300 years. 300? Yeah, maybe like 300 years to get to this sort of look. That could be kind of cool. The final girl ghoul? Asks Gavin. Because the killer that was trying to kill me was a flop. Nice. I like that. You've got a whole backstory, a whole, what's the word I'm looking for? A lore about you. All right, so that was number 3. Here's number 4. Number 3 is my favorite so far. This one, I could see this giving like a real richness and like a depth to the closet area. It would feel bigger, I think, with a darker color scheme like this. I feel like the colors are a little contrasty. The lights and the darks aren't close enough together for me. And I wish it didn't feel so clean. It feels a little bit like a more modern idea of old. If it were like less clean, maybe I think I would be more interested in it. But it kind of looks like it was, I don't know, too clean and too contrasty for me or my things. It's not bad, but I'm already liking other things better, like the one before it better, for sure. This one's pretty hip. It's definitely not as clean. I think it's more nuanced and has some subtleties to the art. But it also feels like really high detail and might be kind of distracting or noisy in the space. And then more damask. This one looks kind of like the first one, but a little bit distressed. It's not like all cohesive. It looks like there's like lines going through it, and it's lighter than I think the first one was. It's okay. The damask ones, this one and the very first one, are okay. The gold is kind of hip in its own way. I think it could be sold on this. If this one was your favorite, I think I could be swayed toward it. And the one that I think hits me the most is kind of this this one here, definitely. I see they come in different color variations too. Honestly, the very first one seems to be maybe the most compelling out of them. The red, okay, this one's out of stock, but the red and gold is not bad, but it also feels like a little more regal, I guess. And I don't know if I need to feel regal in my own house. I already feel regal in my house because of you and the girls. Okay, we'll come back to playing the game. I promise. I promise. Think I need to lie down, but take care. Thanks, Gavin. Thanks for being here. Everybody go show Gavin's channel some love and sleep well, dude. That's why you want it in limited spaces like the ceiling or just the one wall. I think a closet feeling regal isn't a bad thing. No, I agree. I agree. If you felt a certain way about one of those, I could be swayed. But I wanted to give you my opinion without hearing yours. So, yeah, maybe between the two of us, we can come to something that excites us both on the matter. Oh, that's right. It's blocked. It's covered. How dare you? How dare you block this power word from me? How am I supposed to change it? How am I supposed to get that word? Where are we now? I'm so lost as far as like placement. There's still a question mark there. I thought we got that already based on where this all is. All right, well, let's just keep trudging forward. You lost. You die. Oh, wait. Hey, are we back in the beginning? No. Abandoned station. Right, it's just another station. I was like, hang on. Let me brain my brain. Oh, I missed containers in the very first room over here. Oh, well. Now I'm paying more attention to the map. I think you can get the powered word, but not sure how. Alan Wake. All right, you cute little Pokemon. You guys hang out over there for a minute. I'm going to check out the safe part of this room, okay? Yeah, maybe there's a way to change the scene or something nearby. If I go in here, am I going to get attacked by all y'all? Or are we going to be pals? If I turn off my light, can we be friends? I'm just looking for the power word or whatever. There's like a light there. It's pointed over here. There. Oh, is it behind all these guys? Is it in the no admittance area? They get angry when you shine the lights at them, I think. That's pointing there. Oh, it's up there. I see it. I think that guy's going to disappear if I keep shining on him. There he goes. Let's get it. Yeah. Word of fix found. Have we done any of these? We did the one. Max health. Oh, I like that one. Max amount of health restored in safe havens. Restores 50% of max health when a new word of power is discovered. I feel like this just saves these both just save consumables, whereas this one is just generally helpful. We'll do, yeah, increase max health by 35% now. That's going to be more helpful in the long run. I think it's just having more resources to work with at all times. Speaking of more resources, we're looting more stuff that we are hardly even using in the first place. Found a fucking cool website. Can we... anything in the ticket booth? Why is there just some guy, like, holed up down there? Scratch. Alright. I don't really need to get past you guys, I don't think. There's like a blocked way. There's another container that did not open over on this side. Also with goodies. Thanks, guys. I do like that the more you play, they've given you like reasons to promote you not using the flashlight because you can stealth around without it. And I think that's very clever. For Victorian wallpaper? Okay. Oh, I see. I'll take a quick look. Can't do this all night long, though. That's pretty cool. It's high contrast, though. But I could see it working. Can we do this to zoom in? Oh, of course, nice typewriter, like Alan Wake style. Maybe. If I stared at it long enough, I could probably be sold if it was your favorite. I feel like the ones that are less contrasty are more my favorite right out the gate. But yeah, maybe. You didn't ask me to look? Yeah, well, you sent it to me, so. All right. What are we doing? Do we got a light down here I can take? Yes, we do. Okay, we'll wait until everybody's back from their the cheap seats. Actually, let me take a quick bio break since some folks are on ad. I will BBITSOLT. No guilds, no builds.
No guilds, no builds.
Not much 411.
Oh, a directory.
What do we see? Oh, how did you meet me? What's our backstory? You met me on the road to Markarth. I was headed there because I know you could be watching this on VOD in your own sweet time. That's okay. I say night because it is night here. and I am a night creature who is doing a night. Having a night with you. Whatever your nighttime is. Sun in the day, bright in the sky, very high up sun. Still night. Still a night with us. Alright. Docking. I mean, Doc. Playing as Doc. Be healing. There it is.
You have succeeded.
Oh my god.
I can feel the ancestors' wisdom at work.
I can feel more than that.
Pay attention, for you will never see this revelation again.
Okay. Let's pay attention, everybody. Pay attention. Pay attention. Oh, hi. Can we take a picture of that? Can we take a picture of that? What just happened? No, 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 no. No, no, no. I didn't see it.
Until we journey together again.
I don't like what I just saw because I wasn't able to record that anywhere. I tried to take a picture and the game said no. That's not fair. I have no idea what I just saw. I did not track those colors. Somebody clipped that for me so that I could look at it later so I knew how to solve that a puzzle. I think I might need to watch the rest on the archive. Wait, watch the rest? Watch the rest of what? Oh, watch the rest of tonight. Gotcha. Bedtime. Okay, sounds good. There will be, let's see, we're looking at almost 2, so you're missing like 2 hours of content. Be able to knock that out in an afternoon pretty quick and easy. Please sleep well. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your face. Appreciate all your help and offers to help. Speaking of that, like everyone here, by the way, it'd be remiss not to talk about like the fact that we're essentially in a better space than I was midweek, and I'm excruciatingly grateful, quite a bit overwhelmed, and a little bit afraid at the sheer amount of support that you all have provided us off stream. A lot of folks have offered significant amounts of help, including financial, to try to make sure that everything is safe and happy and comfortable going forward. And while this sort of conflict that we were in the midst of was not solvable by those types of assets, I'm immensely appreciative of you for the offer. And I hope I don't need to take you up on it at any point in the future. But knowing that that's who I'm surrounded by is humbling. And all I have is intense levels of gratitude for each and every one of you. Thank you. Catch you later, homie. All right, Legos. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep for both of us. I'm just going to make that a meme. Just say sleep well for both of us to everybody who goes to sleep before me in stream. Okay, so we are now coming up. Oh, this is weird. So this connects over here, which connects up here, which loops back into here. Okay. I mean, all right. It's hip. I dig it. I dig it. So there's a light.
The path was blocked.
Was it?
I had to find a way through.
Hunted.
The lights would help me.
These are cool. I like. It's very catacomb-esque, but also very like public space catacomb-esque. Like, let's make a pretty place for you to be while you. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, hey, it's another safe space. Even better. So, yeah, it's just it feels like public space, safe, and yet also catacomb, all at the same time. Nothing. How dare you? How dare you entice me with a locker that I can open? I guess I can bring my flashlight up again. I don't have to walk in the darkness when there's no shadows around. All right, pull this light. Zoop. You're my light now. I own you. Looks like the safe space is still here. But the music got all creepy now. Why? We'll save one more time, actually. Just to remember that. All right. Hunted. It looks like there's still no real way forward. Unless I missed it. Oh, can we just open this now? What are we doing with this? Is it the... Wait. Is this the light? Are we putting it back when we put it there? Wait, I'm confused. Wait. Yeah, I'm confused what I just did. Oh my, am I like moving forward as I pull the light? Oh, that's weird. I think I am. I didn't think it ever worked this way. I tried to use the light in this fashion to sort of like slowly incrementally work my way through the map earlier, and it didn't work. And I was like, oh, okay, it's not one of those games. And they're like, but what if it was? So they do give it to you. I don't like, I keep saying hunted, and I see a hunter. I feel like some dude with an axe is going to come out at me any moment now. Dude with an axe, where are you? Can we put the light here? Shoot. The other thing is, he puts his flashlight away for a good long while after he uses the light ability. And that feels a little awkward. Okay. I'm getting like really labyrinthinely lost here. This feels very... what's the word I'm looking for? Control. Am I doing this right? Oh, what the heck? How is this open now? I'm so confused. I don't feel like I did anything. Wait, can we save? If I die now and I have to replay that part again, I will not have I will not be a happy panda. That was so disorienting. I had no idea I was actually making progress, and then suddenly I was. All right, well now we're in this place. We got 3 circles just in this area. Shrine Street Station. There's also a red pin there. I see these red pins on the edge holding the thing down. Is that all that is? Or is it something else? Is there a reason there's a pin? Well, let's go try to find our first circled area, which is just over here. I must bid you all a good night. Kaistiana, have a wonderful night. Thanks for popping in. Thank you also that it's this stream you popped in on. I'm glad that it was. You've done what? Sleep well. Have sweet dreams. Okay. That guy's gone. There's a lot more of them down here. Why are all you congregating this area, and what is going on? There's a circled area just past you. Maybe if I just turn off my light and splash through the water, we'll be fine. What have we got over here? Anything?
The dark place wouldn't let me go that way.
Oh, okay. If you insist. Well, I see an arrow over there. You're gonna leave me alone, right? Don't you come after me now. Maybe you had to go over there to see the arrows. Oh, well, this arrow points over here. Oh, it's up there. Gotta get it just right. Word of lamp. Word of lamp. More stun chance. Health regen. Me. Chance to regain flashlight charge. Me. Yeah. We'll do this. 35% chance to stun enemies. That's pretty good. And that's maxed out now. So now if I ever find any more words of lamp, I can start looking at the less impactful stuff. So that's, oh wait, sorry, this one. That's that one. Then there's also a circle here. So let's see what we can find. This is cool. This is cool. Look at that beautiful vaulted ceiling up there with the wonderful windows. Delicious architecture. Cult of the word. Do you think it's going to be another power word? I feel like we've spent a lot of time looking through empty or near empty places. Mostly finding words. That arrow points this way. There's something over this side, perhaps? Stay back from the tracks. I will. Maybe in a ceiling area. Maybe... Oh, it's right there. Come on. They're so pixel perfect is the one thing about these. It's kind of like meh. Not consume ammo and fire on the rifle. Knock back on the shotgun. Yeah, we'll double down on that one. 50% knockback force. That's gotta be exciting. Get better and better at that weapon. Okay, so that's that there. Also looks like there's an active light shift we can snatch and then see what happens. So let's see what happens. You're mine, light. This little light of mine. Oh, cool. Now we got this way forward. Or is it a way forward, or is this not? Are we friendos? Are you a friendo shadow? Can you make villainous shadows into friendos? I wish I knew a little bit more about who all these guys were. Oh, hi. Closer you get, the more chatty they get too, I think. Okay, that guy's gone too. Oh, hi. You're really close. Must be a friendo, though. You're not getting mad at me. I wonder if I'm actually doing anything good for them when I shine the light up on them or not. So, there's a little ending area over here. I wonder if it's... End of the line. Oh,
had a story to tell.
I do need this. End of the line. Plot board. So, let's explore first, and then we'll go check out the plot board and see what we can do with what. I feel like I should have gotten into a lot more combat. Maybe if I ran faster, more of the enemies would aggro, and then I'd be getting into a lot more combat situations, using up all my ammo and stuff. But because I'm not running, we're much cooler with each other. Me and all these shadows are homies. Okay. Oh, this is just such a cool area. I wish I had a commute that involved some place like this that I'd regularly see and hang out.
Location for the story.
Okay. Missing FBI agent. The agent witnessed the cult's depravity and ran. Okay. How does that play out? Well, there's blood everywhere. There's definitely... He tried and he failed at something. He got in the middle of some sort of weird Y blood splatter thing going on, and doesn't look like this opened a new way, but it gave us a new narrative. Maybe that's the point. Just seeing things in different lights. I think the shadow people are just that, not real people, but dark shapes that could just be your imagination or a violent monster ready to attack. At least that's how they felt to me. I could see that. Let's try the torchbearers. Oh my. A little bit of a different look on everything. Lots of folks being drawn as silhouettes on the sides. And this time they've got like a whole It's like some sort of altar made over here. Can we get into this ticket booth? I just wonder if there's like something inside of there. Oh, I guess there's a door over here. Could be something. Still doesn't look like there's necessarily something to engage with here. So maybe the other one. I think he tells you, actually, when you pick the right one. Also, I forgot to read this. Torchbearer's secrets were not safe from the cult. Murder cult. This is where the cult waited for its time to strike. I think this is where we're going to see movement forward. Let's do it. Let's do it, Al.
The hole had changed into the murder cult's hideout.
Oh, yeah. Here we are. Oh. In fact, we got a new plot point right here.
The Fed had witnessed something here that made him run scared. Whether the summoning ritual had been a bona fide supernatural event or the mass psychosis of stark raving lunatics, it didn't change the facts. The cult was messing with things no one should mess with.
The ritual was a vital part of the story, the key to reaching the murder site.
The key to the murder site. And all the Alex Casey books. Do you have to use my content for your creepy little cult? Oh, here we go. New info over here.
The cultists were close now, a dark presence rising from the depths.
Oh, they're scratching out all but like special words. Will meet when you're gone. Friends will meet when you're gone. The rider, not of the last. The shadow cast, third eye, project the night. This is your time when you're gone. Rider, the first word, not the last. And the shadow eye open. This is your time. Ritual, friends will meet. Not the rider, the light, shadow, to right, to lead, will meet. There's a lot of meeting up going on in here. I'm trying to have a meetup. Okay, we still definitely can't get in there. All right. So this is the story going forward, at least. Does that mean from here we have a way forward is the next question. Let's see. Oh, there's like literally no way over there. Okay. Can we go back this way? Do we have to go through these folks? Pardon me, sirs. Alan Wake. That's my name. His name is my name, too. The thing of it, too, is now that I've picked, like, stealth, I could probably just try to get through them like this. Let's see how we do. This is very interesting. Different sort of gameplay. Oh, you jerk. How dare you? He's not even aggro. Actually, I didn't even take damage from him either. What the heck? What was that all about? Okay, well, I'm back over on this side again. Can I get up these stairs now? Literally no. I just thought maybe that would be a thing. Wait, these arrows are pointing... No, they're pointing to the place where I already got the word. So... kind of at a loss as far as where... If that's the right scene... But everything's blocked, though. So it's not like the right scene forward. Can we go in Cult of the Word? Can we go into the water? I don't know if this is right. Oh, it at least gets you around places. Well, we learned something. I don't know if what we learned.
Plot beat would carry me deeper into the story.
Oh, summoning ritual. I see it. Man, I just need to go back to the plot board a few more times. to really learn what I'm doing here. Yeah. The cult practiced their rituals. So we just change it to that here. Right, because they're going to meet up. And gotcha. That's them all chanting their ritual, dropping their pages on this weird floor maelstrom, all sitting in a circle like a help group. Can we open this now? Just want to see inside the ticket booth, yo. That's interesting. This happened. Does that give me a new plot point? Does not. Okay. Just making sure. What are my goals? Complete the ritual. I'm gonna have to complete the ritual? Really? That's what I'm doing here? I'm helping them out? I don't know. Does that seem right? Weehaw, hi and welcome back. Sleep is an enigma that man tried to chase, but like a butterfly fluttering toward the endless horizon. We shall never catch it. That's deep. I hope for your sake you get a butterfly net, because man can usually catch butterflies. Oh. Big jerk. Listen, buddy. Are we fighting? Oh, we're fighting. Okay. Hang on, I need more battery. Yeah, I guess we're fighting. I touched him wrong, though. That's my fault. Wait, there's more of you getting all aggro on me. Can you all just chill? Just shine my light into you until you calm down. Dreamcatcher much? Yeah, you could use a dreamcatcher too. Dreamcatchers are like butterfly nets for sleep, I think. Will this guy dissipate? Looks like he's starting to dissipate. They'll just turn to jelly if you shine a light on them long enough. Just turn to ectoplasmic goo. Sleep isn't something that one can just do. It is a concept that one must understand the methods of successful meditation to achieve. Or you could just tire yourself out. Maybe you just have extra energy. Even then, sometimes you need drugs. This is true. Some folks can't do it with tuckering themselves out alone. Thanks for the unlurk. Oh, hey. That was a cheap blow. Hi, Silvos. Pardon me while I shoot a shadow version of me. Oh, whoops. Whoops. That probably wasn't... I probably should have healed. I was reloading in a very dangerous place. My bad. Hi, Silvos. Wait, what's happening to me right now? Oh, that's just the reload. Okay, so we hit a checkpoint right here. Okay, cool. I was like, how far back do I have to go? No. Are all of you getting aggro on me now?
Shit.
Calm down, buddies. What if I turn this off? Did they lose sight of me? Yeah, boys. You can't even see where I am now. No light, no Alan Wake. Suckers. And this place is actually kind of cooler for it. Well, this guy can smell me. He's aggro for sure. Oh, no, he's disappearing. He just phased out. Maybe the light doesn't even do it. Maybe you just wait and stare at them for a little bit and it sort of does it on its own. Interesting. Oh, this is cool playing this as like a stealth game, to be honest. Hang on, let me pause because I can't like to pay attention standing in the middle of a whole bunch of shadow people and then reading chat at the same time. Not a melatonin man myself. I try to raw dog sleep. Oof, yeah, I can't always do that. I use a mode called Belsomra. It was developed by studying people with narcolepsy and replicating what happens in their brain on a chemical level, but as a treatment. That's kind of cool. Meds are for the weak. That is so not true. Everybody needs meds for something at some point. I must make sure I can achieve my goals without a damn problem. I mean, you have a problem right now. If I'm so weak that I must resort to meds, then maybe I never deserved sleep. There, just give it up. I'd say give it up. Give it up for 40 days and see how you feel. Like Lent. Without it, I don't sleep for days in a row. Personal max was a week and a half before I was unconscious for 3 days. Dang. Yeah. Some people need it. I know you're joking. I know. That's the bit. That's the joke. Okay, it looks like we can go forward from here. This one actually has a path forward. So how sneak... Oh, hang on. I've been forgetting to take my meds. I should really do better. Sleep is like my best friend. Honestly, I love, especially before I had kids, I loved the crap out of sleep. I would sleep 10 hours a night, every night, forever. I love sleep so much. I love sleep more than almost anything in the entire world. There's only 3 things I love more than sleep. Oz and my kids. That's it. Without sleep, I'd be like crazy and stuff. Anyway, back to the sleep arc of my anime. All right, I hope you start blowing nose bubbles out your nose, just like folks do in anime. Can we put this light back? Is this a good time for that? It is. I just opened up my way into here. If you want to stay natural, valerian root tea will knock you the fuck out. Will it really? I always feel like that kind of stuff is psychosomatic. Does valerian root tea really do the trick? Or is it just like drinking tea? I use warm milk. I hear that works too pretty well. Still don't have a flashlight out, right? So I can still kind of like walk through this area. Stealthers. Can I get that light back? I kind of want my light back. I didn't feel like there was a whole lot of reason to be in there. I do want to build this stealth mechanic. I feel like you could probably... Hey! Listen, pal. Are we aggro? Wait, are we aggro on somebody? Are we aggro on this guy? We are. He just spit his goo on me. How dare you, sir? Turn my light off so none of you other jerks come over and try to pull one over on me. Oh, you too? You want some too? Uh-oh. You're getting more... Whoa, that was close. Go away. Go away, you guys. Okay. Oof. Got into a little bit of combat, but I think we're all right. I'm going to walk past you with my light off. Hope that's cool. I'm going to close this behind me. None of you know how to open doors, right? Can't do that with your shadow hands, right? Valerian root has been found to reduce brain activity in the motor cortex. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah. Impacts serotonin receptors, which are involved in mood and sleep. It's an acid contained in the roots naturally. Oh, neat. And in tea form, is it pretty potent, or is it like a light mood change, a light body change? Well, you said knock you the fuck out, so sounds like it's pretty effective at what it's supposed to do. That's a word of power. Hollywood superstar Alan Wake. Word of action. I've been doing... Oh, the stealth. Oh, hell yeah, more stealth. Damage to enemies in close proximity. Damage received by darkness projectiles. This is actually kind of nice too, though. But if they never catch me in the first place, then I'll have much less darkness projectiles thrown at me. So we're gonna go stealth build. I think that's gonna be fun. I like doing a stealth around these guys. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so where are we? We are now on this side. There's this whole long room, but doesn't have any markers that there anything here. And then this other like teleporty biz, which should bring us over to back near the beginning of the area again. It depends on the tea. If you're doing cut valerian roots, a cup of tea is like taking allergy meds. Huh. In the make you sleepy category. I don't have allergies, so I can kind of grasp what you're getting at. If it's blended for flavor, less effective. Yeah, that makes sense. Anything in the fridge? I've been down in this Subway for a long time, and I could use a Subway sandwich. You know what I mean? I don't know why I said if you know what I mean. I think it just makes everything sound weirder. There's an echo here, too. I think I might be on the wrong side of it. Is it black? Yeah, here it goes.
Turns out the cultists weren't the only ones using the tunnels. Hidden graffiti signs marked secret routes.
Yeah.
I kept hearing whispers around burn barrels of an underground society of mystic outsiders with hidden knowledge.
Nice.
Typical New York.
Meh. All right. Suddenly the room has a lot more shadow folk in it now too. Lobella extract is also a great one proven for depression or anxiety. Interesting. They do something. Are there any teas that mix the both of them? Be curious to try. Can we get into this? Yeah, you can. Oh, man, this guy got aggro. Where are you? He went aggro quick. Good thing I got lots of pills I can pop. I should probably do one more. More shadow folks just outside now. Go away. What did I come in here for? Oh, just because I could? There's nothing in there. I did that fight for nothing. Okay. Am I hearing other people's footsteps, or that's just my footsteps when I shuffle around hunting for things? Yeah, more painkillers. That's exactly what I was hoping for, actually. I take a little bit too much damage. But I'm also not... I'm not like aggro on these guys. I try to sneak past them, and so I take some unnecessary damage for that, I think. It's just trying to be all sneaky and stealthy around everybody. Oh, hi. You guys are all way too close to sneak past, probably. Can we just shine a light in you and hopefully get you to disappear? Nope. You're gonna fight me. Are we fighting more folks? This guy? I'll fight you. What has he got? He's got plaid. He's like the American Nightmare version of me. I need to reload my flashlight too. You can reload flashlight batteries in this game too. Well, there's another word of power just chilling for me. I'll gladly take it. Word of fix. Increase maximum health? Hell yeah. Might as well max that out. Turn myself into a big old stealth tank. That's what I'm going to be. The tank who sneaks around. All right, so there's a way up there. Cynthia Weaver worked hard, following her obsessive rituals. That's the lady with the light fetish. Sometimes fighting them, always giving in to them in the end. She haunted the halls of Bright Falls' abandoned power plant. She was preparing defenses and supply lines for the war she knew would come. The war between forces of light and darkness. Only in Bright Falls. What have we got over here? Anything good in these stalls? I'm stalling for time. All right, we can save again. And when I save, I feel more bold. I think that's just a fact of video games. Because once you get yourself to a place where if anything happens, you just reload from right where you just literally saved, you always feel better. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason I couldn't remember. I've been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. That's like, those are like the very first lines of the game, right? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, so there's one door. Where are we? Okay, we're back at the entrance. Or, I mean, not entrance, but like, we're sort of where this area got real big. So this door is finally open. There's also something down at the end of this that we never did, but it's like a square. The circles are like words of power. But what are the squares? And what did I do? I just made like a whole loop. But why? Square. Oh, is it this? What is this? Oh. Just looting stuff. I mean, I'll take it. Is that literally all that is? Well, that's neat. We could save and then maybe go talk to the dude there. It still says complete the ritual is our goal. I'm kind of like, what does that mean? Feels like the world has become easier to traverse. Either that or I just feel cool now. It says complete the ritual. Don't write. Wait, where's our way through? Here? Here. You have to try a different combo in old spots? Okay. Maybe. Let's see. Seeing collapsed tunnel. That's the first one. Then derailed train. Then end of line. So let's go to the collapsed tunnel. We do have more words now. So we could try different things here than we did before. That's true. That's true. Let's give it a shot.
The plot element I found would drive the story forward.
If only I came into this board more often. The board's actually telling me how to play the game. Dumb. Escape agent. We tried that. Torchbearers revered this place before the cult. Interesting. Let's give it a shot. How did they use the area? Neat. All the yellow paint. Oh, they only had cinder blocks to sit on. Man, they needed a little bit more budget. Did you guys have any goodies for me? Beware the dark. Also, here's pizza and beer. Dude, any cult that has pizza and beer, though, like, thank you.
The drifters had scrawled their symbol on the wall. A secret for those in the know.
So does that mean Cynthia Weaver was really part of this cult? These people? Oh, there's a thing up there. Wait, how do I get to it? Backwards. There it is.
Painted the tree there. The tree of knowledge. The tree of life with its roots reaching down to hell. It could have been a Christmas tree for all the good it did him.
Wow. Why you gotta be so deprecating about these guys? I don't know if this cult is real or just a fiction Al is making up to get out of the dark place. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, how much of this is literally just his story? Honestly, probably all of it. Probably all of it. All right, let's try summoning ritual here. Out of the depths, the dark presence comes. The way now open. Dum dum dum. Write it. Yeah, boy. Uh-oh. Something's happening. Never mind, we're running. Run, Alan, run. Uh-oh. That way's blocked that you didn't used to be blocked. Get through it, buddy. I pressed. I did. I slammed that I key like it was like Nike. I don't know. That's a dumb joke. I thought I was doing a fine job of getting through that part. All right. Try this again. Wait, did it remember what I learned about the other? Did it get...
story beat fit the story perfectly.
Did it save this one? This echo? How do we figure that out? Radio, it's one of these echoes, right? Echoes. Draft 1. Let's try that again with the... Yeah, thank you. I can't actually see or know if it saved the Torchbearer's version.
The tree there. The Torchbearers painted the tree there. The tree of knowledge. The tree of life with its roots reaching down to hell.
The drifters had scrawled their symbol on the wall.
For all the good
a secret for those in the know.
Yeah, okay. Well, no, it didn't save. It would be the tree. So it didn't save. So I have to do this without dying, or I have to do this plot point again. All right. Summoning ritual. Let's go. Just run. Run. Just run. Wait, what? Oh, damn. I guess you have to actually engage with it. There it goes. Run the other way. Come on now. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Get that door. Get that door. Come on. I'm so good at pushing buttons fast. Oh, do you have to hold the button down? It didn't look like it was a hold. It didn't look like a hold. It looked like a tap the button fast. Right? Tell me it looked like tap the button fast. I think it's supposed to be a hold. Listen, UI developers, if you're gonna throw this kind of stuff on us, you got to do better. I need a more clear message as to what I'm actually supposed to be doing, because that wasn't it. That did not give me my clear and concise direction as far as what to do. Okay, did this give it to me already? Wait, hang on. Let's see. The tree is not there. Yeah, okay, it's definitely not.
The Torchbearers painted the tree there.
I change all Kryptine events to hold if given the option nowadays. I mean, I get it. Why stress yourself out? Why stress yourself out? Okay. Plot board. Summoning ritual. Y'all just really wanted to see this 3 times, right? Uh-oh. Run, boy. And hear him cuss a whole lot. Not just stress, but the longevity of control. Oh, that's fair. I didn't think about it like that. Get that door open. That's not it either. That's worse, actually. It does. I think it needs to be like taps and holds. Man, I don't know. It's pretty annoying though. I wish I could quick save after the other Echo cutscene. Because we have to watch these like same two cutscenes back to back to make this happen. See if options can change to hold. Control or gameplay. It would be gameplay. Aim mode, holder toggle, sensitivities, inverts, swap sticks, motion sensor function, gyros, pitches, gameplay assist. Gameplay assist. Button tapping to single tap. All button tapping actions are completed with a single tap instead. Let's do that. Because come on. When on weapons with charge functionality, we'll use taps. First tap starts charging the weapon. Second tap fire. I'll leave that on. Healing items will use taps instead of hold. Hold is fine. Light shifter will use taps instead of hold. Player invulnerable to all damage? Prevents the player from dying? Player to kill enemies with one shot from the pistol? Oh, I didn't always fully reload. Infinite new batteries. Wow. Okay. When on, QuickTime events will be completed automatically? There's a lot. Moving backwards and clicking C turns the player character around. Oh. Wow. I didn't realize this game really is about the story, isn't it? Because you would never put that many accessibility features to basically skip the combat part of the game unless you were so confident that the story part was really good. Like, hey, don't even sweat. If you don't like the combat, you don't have to do it. I appreciate that.
It could have been a Christmas tree for all the good it did them.
I appreciate that. That does mean that they know that their story for this game is what is the best part of this game, is why they made the game. All right, I have to go forward. Run, boy, run. Go out.
Fuck!
Ow. All right, let's see if this actually works for me. Get it open, dude. Oh my gosh. You made it through. Wait, should I save right now? Let's do an empty slot just in case. In case I screwed this up. What's up? What's up, darkness? That's what I thought. It's my safe haven, not yours. You have a backup if you just want to skip the quick time? Oh, yeah. Guess I could have just skipped the quick time entirely. But I definitely like it tapping instead of trying to figure out what their like rapid smash and hold sort of thing is. Enter the unblocked tunnel. Oh, right. I was like, wait, what's my mission now? I got so discombobulated with that scene. Wait, what the heck? Did the darkness take out that whole train? Dang. All right. Well, here we go.
The tunnel was open now.
Am I being chased now again? Run! Run, Al. It's back at you. I like that he's checking over his shoulder. Duck. Duck, duck, goose.
The dark presence. I had seen it before. I remembered now. It was always out there, hunting me.
And it can't go through rocks? It's just like shadow power. Why did the collapsing rocks make it, like, not work anymore? Also, climbing through a tunnel like this totally makes me feel like we're about to come out into Skyrim. We've just made our character. He looks just like Alan Wake. We gave him all of his stats. He's gonna be a scriptomancer. Oh, are we underneath control? Are we underneath the FBC? This looks like Ahti's domain. Dude, if we meet Ahti right now, that would be so badass. What is going on? I'm living two realities right now. Oh, I'm coming into the real world. That's what's happening. I think I'm coming to the real world.
I had found the murder site. Somehow the victim's heart was the key.
He's been investigating the murder on his side all along. And he's entering real life a little bit. That's cool. That is really cool. The writer of the first word, not the writer of the last, with the terror of the light and the shadows, casts the third eye. Oh, this is all the stuff that they put together from his text. Part of the night is the moment to write. It's a ritual to lead you on. His friends will meet him when you are gone. Cool. Well, let's grab that heart, dude. Oh, heart's gone.
Something had shifted. I felt an overwhelming closeness to home.
Oh, yep. Remember this.
An FBI agent? Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
She can hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI.
This is Alan Wake. I'm trapped here. The dark place. Under Cauldron Lake.
Cauldron Lake. Who are you?
I'm trying to escape. I'm making progress, but I'm in danger. The dark presence.
Nice.
Help me. Please, help me. I could sense it. I was closer to home.
That was cool. I got chills.
Had the woman in the vision helped me somehow? Something had changed. Outside.
Yeah?
Parliament Tower. Where I had lived with Alice.
Oh.
It was out there. Waiting for me.
Oh my. That's quite the tower. End of part. Neat. That's good stuff. Yeah, I didn't quite know, and maybe that's the point, is when you start doing Alan's chapter, I had no idea how far back we were going in time, or that, you know, we were not playing. I mean, I guess if I paid more attention to like what our story was, kind of like solving the Nightingale murder, obviously we're supposed to be back somewhere, but I kind of had no, it was just so discombobulating, and because I play this on stream, do like these big swaths of time where I'm not playing the game, I have a chance to sort of forget and lose myself as far as what's happening. But I eventually catch up, obviously. But the idea that we got to sort of feel his looping and feeling trapped in the way that the dark place has captured him. It's captured him more than just putting him in an alternate realm, but it's also putting his brain in an alternate state where it's incredibly difficult for him to figure out his way through. And maybe that's the only way that that could happen. He's smart and he sort of knows the extent of his own imaginative powers and how they work to try to foil the presence and everything. But if he doesn't have his wits about him, then what is he supposed to do? That, I mean, that's the big kicker is if you need somebody's power and take over it, you need to control them. How do you control them unless you also subdue them in some way? And that confusion that they left him in, that was a good way to have somebody that powerful with that kind of capability also cowed to your whim to be stuck there. All right, looks like we're done with the we'll cut there. Oh, we're right back where we started. Get to the apartment in Parliament Tower. Okay. So we're like right where we were. And where is this on the map? Oh, we're like off the map now. Here. Just says murder site. So just the point is just get to. Yeah, we can't go backwards. So the only way through is forwards. It's like, I don't think there's any point in exploring this whole room. There's probably nothing out there in the darkness. Except this nice lichen. I kind of want to take my shoes off and just rub my feet in it. Nah, we're fine. All right. Forward. Onward. Game saved. Also, an echo point.
Stepping to the murder site, I'd felt it hanging in the air. A meaning. The violent emotion of the act. Like a cloud of wrath. The dead eyes of the victim staring at something you couldn't see. And yet, making you aware of it. Something that's soaked into this place on a molecular level. Overlapping with your meaningless existence.
Interesting.
Regression to something you had managed to forget. Marking you. Taking you for a ride. Making you crazier.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. So what the heck? Like, where is this? What is this even supposed to be? Because we have a total rift in our own reality where, like, nature and the real world is, like, squishing in. So now where are we on the other side of it? There's, looks like we're... Nope, we're still off on the... I'm just trying to figure out where this is going to loop to. The game's going to tell us pretty quick, though. Go out here. We're back in the city streets, I bet you. Oh, not quite. Back in the main area of the subway. Right at the entrance, yeah? Yeah. There we are. Still have that word of power. It's a long ways away now, though. I'll consider it. Maybe off stream, I'll take a walk over there and grab it or something.
The station had changed.
Had it?
I was closer now.
Am I? Wait, what? Closer on like the main screen? Well, let's get the containers that this says that there are. Because there's stuff here I can loot. There's that, and then there's one over here. Nothing. Is that it? That's it for that room. And can I take the light shift with me? I want it. Zoop. Goodbye. Closed all that. Looks so warm and inviting inside. Like a hug. I just want to sit in that booth and work a shift. I kid. Yep, there it is. The tower we live in. That's a monstrosity of a building. You probably don't feel it, though. You know, you hop in an elevator and you go to the floor that you live on, and that's it. That's just your life. You don't feel the immensity of buildings like this. Because nobody's taken the stairs, walking every hall. Probably nobody has ever seen, like, every floor of a building like this except the workers.
Parliament Tower.
Oh, hang on, I'll pause. Folks are still coming back from ad break, and I didn't know I was going to trigger a cutscene right that moment. But yeah, I've never lived in a big city before in my life. I think it just costs like so much more money than my family ever had to ever consider like big city
Our home
living.
in New York. Was I really this close to being home?
I don't know, were you?
Going up to our apartment? Would I be home?
Don't know about that.
Or was this just an echo of the real thing?
That's more likely.
Even then, the murder site had brought me one step closer to escape.
But I feel like the thing is that when you live in big cities like this with this many buildings that are as tall as this, so many floors, you have no idea the immensity of the actual building itself. From the ground, you're not looking up at it. You probably can't even see the whole building from most angles in the city. You go inside and the elevator sort of abstracts away the size of the building. So you're not climbing the stairs. And so it just feels like, you know, you push a button and then you're on the floor that matters to you. You probably pass a few doors that you'll never open or see inside of. So those are abstracted out of your life. And you just go to your room. The room that matters to you. That's it. That's what you do. All right. Did I miss anything in this main area? So I did. There's a square here, which is probably just stuff. There's an echo here that I missed. I kind of want to get the echo. And then looks like there's also a word of power. Since we've looped back out here, I kind of want to. That's one thing I struggled with in Minecraft, how to convey the size of a space. The water temple was my first go at that. Nice. I think you succeeded. Most of my other structures are interlayered with secrets or other roads, so it's not as easy with those. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people with Minecraft, they don't build with the idea of like seeing something. Like making an approach or coming up to a building or something like that. Okay, it says there's an echo here. Where would I... Let's get closer on the map since our zoom... Oh, crap. The zoom stopped working. Damn it. It looks like it's here, though. Yeah? No? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong angle to see it. Oh, I thought that was it for a second. Those are just shadow friends. Shadow Pokemon. Maybe we need to do the light shift here. I have a light. Can we light shift it here? And then will the echo work? It's like right here. Or we stand here and then we look around. I don't know. I mean, I thought I walked around here plenty and was careful, but it still says there's an echo. Yeah. Oh well. We'll take a look and see if we can get that other, what looks like maybe a word of power on the map too. Yeah, I think even cities like this, they're not built to show a certain level of immensity or let you see buildings. Like from here, being able to look up at the top of that building from here, it's not usually made that way. Is the phone ringing for me again?
The payphone at the edge of the plaza was ringing again.
Okay. Hang tight. I'm on my way.
Hey, Alan. Thank God he picked up. I thought I lost you again.
Who are you? Why are you helping me?
Did you go deeper? To the overlap?
What?
Are you talking about the murder site? Yeah, I did.
The overlap.
That's fantastic, Alan. We're closer to getting out. We're making progress.
Well, we would be if you would answer my damn questions.
Last time we spoke, you were pretty worried about Alice. Did you ever check Parliament Tower? To make sure she really got out of the dark place?
Well, of course she got out. That's why I'm here. That's the whole goddamn point.
Be very careful, Alan. The dark presence is stealing from you. It can already manifest as your double. Scratch will come.
Wait, hello?
Huh. That's disconcerting. Okay, it is there on the left and is to the right of the doors into the studio, where we might see something. Let's take a look. Oh, I don't have my flashlight out. I'm getting so used to just being in the darkness. Oh, there you are. Another word of fix. Well, guess what? We're already tanky, so that's cool. Now we can choose max amount of health restored in safe havens can come up a little bit. It's kind of cool. Or restore health when we find a new word of power. This is limited. I kind of want to do this last if we keep finding words of fix, because there's only so many words of power in this game. I'm guaranteed. You can't just keep finding and refinding the same words over again. So this one, you can always go back to safe havens and get your max health restored a little bit more. So let's do that. Also, what is this? Oh, the tree, right? The last cutscene we found. All right. The only other thing I can think of with that echo is maybe it's high up. I really don't want to like climb all over again. It's just a completely different building now. God, how do you design a level so that an entire structure like this can just change out to a different other structure? I really wish I knew more about game design, or maybe watch a behind the scenes for how some of this stuff gets crafted. I have played some other games before where like a big event happens and a whole like city will change and you're playing the same level, but it's like altered. And even some multiplayer games where you're in the same city, but you're seeing two different things, but they were very careful to make it so you can still walk through all the same areas. Very clever design sort of stuff. But I've never seen anything like a whole building manifest out of a completely different building before. This is a cool place. Posh. You must have to be a famous writer or photographer or both to live here. There's another echo right here too. Get it. Get that echo. Why is it not? Hello? There it is.
Maybe he was a victim. The cult using his words.
Yeah.
Or maybe he was the monster behind it all. Either way, Alice Wake, his ex, she knew things. It was there in her art for all to see. A cry for help. The darkness she'd witnessed. And that put her in danger.
Was Alice here? In the story?
I don't know. This guy seems to be talking about her the moment you entered the building. What kind of a messed up dream lobby is this? You come in and there's just like weird little alcoves. Who would ever be like, oh, you know what? Let's just sit down and hang out in the lobby of this building and not actually enter the next doors. Where's the, you need a person at a desk. These kind of buildings always have a person at a desk right at the front. That's weird. They're missing key detail. God, this place is posh as fuck. If I was ever like immensely wealthy, I still wouldn't live in a place like this, but I'd want a friend who did. Like I want to go visit somebody who lives in a place like this. These ceilings are cool, although this kind of dirty looking. Is that marble graining or is that filth up there? Somebody needs to be working harder at keeping the ceilings cleaner. Also, this furniture looks kind of old. I don't know. They should update it. No, it's all like 50s Art Deco. I think it's appropriate. All right. See? No idea about the immensity of the building. I have no idea what floor we're going to. I don't know how fast these elevators travel. God, this is a really nice carpet. I could just lie down here and take a nap on the carpet. Oh. Haunting. Initiation 3.
Alice's photo equipment.
Yeah.
Set to go off when the door opens.
Interesting. Well, you've got a picture of a scared husband. Are you happy now? Wait, does our apartment open right into an elevator door? That doesn't seem right. Your dreams are weird, dude. I know my dreams are weirder than this. I think this guy's dreams are just fine. Can I take the camera? I want to take the camera. God, there's this great level in Visage where all the lights stop working in the house that you're in, but you have a camera and you can make the flash go off and you can navigate through the house by as fast as you can taking pictures and making the flash bulb in the camera go off. That's the light source you have. It's so creepy. It's so good. If Alan Wake did it, they'd absolutely be stealing from Visage, so I don't blame them for not letting me take the camera and doing that.
Leave me alone!
Oh.
Alice! Alice!
Wait, what's going on here? Are you in this room? This is a different bedroom than I'm used to seeing.
Alice.
Pick photos for exhibition posters. Hang on, Alice. I know you're just crying for help, but I'd really like to help pick out the photos for your exhibition posters.
This is a photo of Scratch.
Oh.
How did Alice get this?
Right?
Is he stalking her?
Maybe. What are all these pictures? Who is that? Is that her? Is that Alice? I don't know. Why would you want Scratch? Okay. Sorry, Alice. I just got distracted looking at our bedroom, which I live in, so I shouldn't be so invested in seeing how it looks. Interesting ceiling. I don't know if I like it. It's kind of busy. Yeah, I don't like the ceiling. Look at how it looks from far away. It makes me anxious. Wait, swirly door.
This is the door to my study, where I wrote my books.
Why is it swirly?
This symbol wasn't here before.
Yeah, tell me about that. What? Why is their apartment so much cooler in this game? They must have moved from the last game to this one. Look at this. Look at this library. As if either of them have time to read other people's books, though. And all of these folders, what is this? They are so well organized. I would kill for an no, you know what? I wouldn't kill for an organizational system like that because I don't like paper organization. I like everything digital. I'd replace everything digital that could be replaced if I could. Oh, what's this?
Alice's video camera.
Can I take it?
No memory card inside.
Okay. We're going to grab the memory card and we're going to figure out what happened. Yeah? Is that the idea? Wait, why do we have like... Is that like a little toy giraffe? Do we have nieces or nephews or something? There's little like building blocks here too. That seems weird for two adults with no kids to just have on their shelf. What do we got here? Video, art doc on screens, multiple. There's a messy plate. Arrow, focal point of the dark place. Okay. What does it mean? I don't know what your terminology means. Also, I do not like this light fixture. The chandelier looks busy and confusing in a busy and confusing ceiling that doesn't match it. It's just all not terrific. I guess we don't need a flashlight. I'm home now. Part 1. Yoink.
Alice's memory card.
Who uses SD cards? Just kidding. Think if you do photography, SD is still like the way. But now it's kind of annoying because you have to like buy adapters. There's no tech that innately has SD. So you have to have all these SD adapters to get it plug into technology. Okay, let's put it on. Boop.
When I was younger, photography was everything to me.
I moved to New York thinking I'd make it as an artist. And then I met Alan. We had a good thing. We were both dedicated by our creative ambitions. The only difference was that Alan's work made money.
That sucks.
He brought me work when he could. I took his promo shots, created covers for his books. I'm sure he forced his publisher into it. I was taking photos, just not my photos. And that gnawed at me. Things got complicated sometimes, but that's life, right? We loved each other. Then Alan hit a block. I brought out a meaner side of him. One I didn't like. I set up a trip to see a doctor in Washington. I didn't tell him until we got there. We argued. Things went wrong. And he was just gone. Drowned, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Easy for people to think it was my fault.
Oh. I mean, you brought him there.
I do, too, sometimes.
Yeah. Just kidding. Not her fault. That doctor, though, has some of the blame.
About 6 years ago, I started hearing noises in the night. Typewriter keys clacking.
Ooh.
Voices.
Interesting.
Alan was back.
Huh. Switch still uses SD cards? That's interesting. That's interesting. Are there other portable consoles that also do? Because besides that, I don't know much. Like, no big tech uses it, right? You won't buy a laptop that has an SD slot in it anymore. You won't buy a computer where the motherboard will have a native SD slot for it. Like, the peripheral support for SDs isn't there if it's like a peripheral, if it's not like your main storage. If it's a main storage for like a camera or a console or something, I could see it because that's like the only thing that's driving that. Phones used to have mini and micro SD slots, and I don't feel like almost any of those do hardly at all anymore for expandable storage that way. Yeah, I feel like we're just pulling away from that as a standard. Although I wish that was still the case for phones, because modifying and increasing your storage that way, or being able to swap storage that way, was really nice. It was a liberating thing that they're now pulling away from. And I hate seeing good technology that's useful get pulled away. The only thing I could see is maybe it reduces the protection rating for like dust and water if you have a SD slot. I could see maybe closing it off for that. A DJ friend I used to tech savior for. I love that term, tech savior. Always called them dongles because if you can, why not? I mean, so what I think of as a dongle, I don't know if this is what you're saying, but to me, a dongle is, I don't think I have anything like that here, but essentially like something that plugs in to a standard port on one device and makes an adaptation to some other thing. So if you want to plug an SD into a computer, you might buy something where you can plug the SD into a slot, then there's just a short little cable, and on the other end is USB-C or older standard, and it's just like boom, now you've got your port that wouldn't otherwise be native to the motherboard. That to me is a dongle. Or like when iPhones took out the headphone jack, but you could plug something into the lightning port that gave you a headphone jack. That thing I would call a dongle.
Haunting me. Then it got violent.
Uh-oh. Was I scratched then, or was that actual for real?
It was Alan.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, it was a monster.
I think this was the real Alan. I think this is where Mr. Scratch came from as a...
He always did have anger in him.
Yeah. Mr. Scratch was just Dark Presence's imitation of this era of Al.
Cameras around the apartment with motion sensors and flashes.
To catch the ghost.
Now, when the monster comes, I turn it into art.
Oh, interesting.
My nightmares caught on film.
Huh.
And this is the focus of my new exhibition.
Oh.
To show people the world is so much darker than they ever knew.
Oh, that's not scary at all. Thanks for showing us your nightmares.
I'm calling this exhibit The Dark Place.
Oh. Is she connecting?
Scratch was terrorizing her.
You think that was Scratch?
Why?
Maybe it was. Showing up, trying to claw his way into the world in this...
Stop kissing everything.
Magna! Well, hello, Raiders. Welcome on in, everybody. Hi. Damien Hallme at your service. For those of you seeing me for the first time, congrats on being chosen by Magna to... I don't know why you would trust me with your community, but thanks for doing it anyways. How the hell are you, Raiders? Magna? Great to see you. One of my favorite streamers in all of Twitch. Merbrosive, hi and welcome. I hope you dream of hot dog nachos. Just don't put like dog meat in your nachos. Maybe, perhaps. What were we streaming? How was it? How goes your Sunday? Do you always stream on Sundays? Do I not know this? Yeah. Correct. USB-C being standard and SD cards not. I don't think SD cards are standard anymore for anything except for like phones and consoles, but not like in computers or laptops. So them being included is one that struck me as funny. It's kind of fun. Let's do a shout out for Magna and pull a clip from the archive. A clip from the... there it is.
I don't remember specifically, so bear with me on the exact details. But Lucille Ball owned the production company Desilu, and she was I guess the only producer in Hollywood that took up Gene Roddenberry on the Star Trek thing.
Oh, I
she
didn't know
was
that.
the one who made Star Trek happen. And it was her studio that did the first 3 seasons of the original series.
That's fantastic. Go Desilu Studios.
So yeah, plus Lucille Ball herself is just an icon. But that's so cool. There's some more pictures here. I
This is
love
pretty
that
cool.
so much. I love it.
Can you imagine a universe where she gets to be a captain of
That
some
is
starship?
badass. I kind of want one.
Maybe only if as like cameo in an episode here or there, because I think she can be like a lot for the universe that Star Trek ended up becoming. But that would have been an interesting crossover. Like, yeah, just we'll make you a captain of some like B plot ship. Maybe you'll help out in an episode or two. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah. Anyways, welcome everybody. Disruptor, reprogrammer of minds here. We do deep chats, conversations that twist your sensibilities, try to understand the motivations of those that befuddle us, and maybe reach across aisles and shake hands with somebody you wouldn't normally. And we play games. Right now we're doing more spooky season because we started Alan Wake 2 when it was still spooky season. And I think it's just going to be our Thanksgiving game and maybe our Christmas game. This game has a lot of content, but the story is so good. I'm falling in love with this game quite a bit. It's even better than the other Remedy games I've played in the past so far. Oh, always on Sundays. Good to know. Super Mario 2 tonight. Aw, I have not. Are we talking about like the original Super Mario or like new? Which Super Mario 2? Help me understand. Still standard in cameras and audio equipment. Yeah, it's just getting the content out of those. Like once you take that SD card and you take it out of the device that's it's exclusive memory, then how do you, like, what do? You have to buy adapters. You have to get some sort of dongle, or you just leave the SD card in the camera and then you use a different transfer protocol, like a USB cable, to get your content to an actual computer, right? It's kind of weird. Like SD is in this place where PCs and laptops are phasing out any support for it natively, but you still need to get that stuff into your computer to do like edits and stuff later on. Yeah. I only think of her on that candy line in I Love Lucy as Captain in Star Trek. That would be hilarious. She's like, these trilithium crystals, they just keep coming. All right. The old SNES, All-Stars version. So that would that be the Lost Levels? Or would that be the one that's based off of the Doki Doki Panic game? I think I've played All-Stars before. And don't they have both? They have the Mario 2 as North American knew it, the Doki Doki Panic, but reskinned with the Mario cast. And then they also, in All-Stars, released the Japanese Super Mario 2. That's just like harder Mario 1, right? A lot of laptops still do SD cards. Really? I haven't seen one in a long time. Most people have a dongle from years ago. That's what I figure most people would just do, is some sort of dongle or adapter or whatever. Okay, the Doki Doki Panic version. As much as I understand how Mario 2 was a thing in Japan, I tried it. I wasn't really a fan. It's like just challenge mode of Mario 1. Mario 1 was already hard enough for me as a kid. Trauma about it. But I loved the actual Doki Doki Panic version that we got in the US. I thought it was so fun. The characters actually played differently, and I don't remember games back then really having that mechanic. Like different physics, different movement, the game could be played different ways, and some paths were off limits to you if you picked the wrong character. That's cool. That's such a neat way to inspire replayability, deep learning of the game, trying different things. Like, oh, what if I try Luigi on this level? Oh, look what I can do. You know, such a cool idea. My dongle does SD, memory stick, and compact flash. Nice. I mean, do you still use those standards? That's cool. That's cool. So those of you that are catching up to the story right now, we're past the deep conversation part of the night, I think. We're in the last hour of my stream, so apologies if you were hoping to see the deep dive. You know what? Actually, it's all there. If you go to youtube.com/DamienHallmay, I've saved everything on playlists from this last year. I don't have video archives previous for streaming, previous to 2024, but you can find lots of playlists there, including the playlists of everything we've done in Alan Wake. And if you want to find any of our old conversations, deep dives into topics, I made a playlist called Discourses, and that's where I hide, our deep dive topics. You can go watch archives there. But where we are tonight is this guy, an author. Some of you are about to be hidden in ads. I apologize. I'll wait to tell the spiel till after the ads are done. You never know here. Sometimes he goes a bit over because something comes up late. Oh, I mean, that's true. Okay. The Dark Place, the Art of Alice Wake. And it keeps flashing with what looks like pictures of what I can only imagine is Mr. Scratch. We will get to that. Oh, I'm still like looking for Alice. Okay. So the only way forward is probably to watch that, but I want to just wait to make sure everybody's on the same page as that. The interesting thing about the wall art is I feel like it was very Alice-centric in Alan Wake 1. We saw a lot of her photography on the walls, and these are not her photos. This looks like just, I don't know, weird spray paint art, abstract. I guess they have a mood. I don't feel the vibe behind it. I don't particularly feel like they match what's around. And I really wish, honestly, that the apartment showcased her. You should feel like it's about, I mean, Not that she would particularly enjoy staring at her art all the time, but it's her gig. It's what defines her. I would want to live in a place where the art that my wife makes is up on the walls. Anyway. So yeah, our story with Mr. Owl here is he is a writer who can write things into existence. He's trapped in his own dream world where a real Alan somewhere, either in this world, subconsciously he's doing it, or external to the world, there's a real Alan that's caught somewhere, is writing the twists and turns of the story, and he's trying to trick the world's dark force to let him out and rejoin the real world. The only way he can think of to trick his way out is to write plot twists and stuff. So he's writing this world into existence. Right now, what he sees here is a documentary that his missing wife put together. She's a photographer, and she says she's being haunted by a dark doppelganger of her husband who's been missing in this dream world for so long. She thinks, I don't know, maybe he's dead. And we're going to find out if this is a doppelganger and if she's safe, I think. Let's find out. We have to hold this. Uh-oh. We're going into the screen, I think. Yup. Yes, we are. I would say chances of evil doppelganger, pretty strong. Oh, nope. Now it's us. Did we phase into the doppelganger's body? That would be trippy.
I sat in the writer's room and wrote a story.
It's got some Viggo Mortensen vibes.
Initiation. To project myself through the dark place, to look for a way out. The story had brought me here, brought me nowhere. Looped me back.
Oh.
I was writing the story. And in the story, I now stepped into the writer's room.
What? So he's...
But there was no one here writing it.
Oh. What are we looking at? If no one's writing the story that he's in. Oh. That's me. And I'm, my story's over. Return by Scratch. Probably Mr. Scratch. Excuse? End of part. Did he just get infected with the dark place? Because it sure looked like it got in through the door behind him, the dark force that's holding this whole world together. And it looks like it entered his head. And the other version of him, the one that was writing the story, is done. And then there's a doppelganger version of him, a third version of him, the evil version of him that's trying to escape into the real world and take his wife. There's a lot of there's too many Allens. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Scratch's signature is Alan's name scratched out. I mean, I get it. Yeah, Mr. Scratch is the name of our evil doppelganger. All right. Shall we continue on? We've got almost another hour to see what happens next. This swirling maelstrom cutscene, though, we've seen it a couple times. Oh, that's the FBI agent in the real world who is investigating all of this. She got pulled into a murder mystery, but I think she's trying to understand. Oh, yep. So now we're in modern times. Now I'm scared. Is this real Alan?
Recap what you've told us so far, Alan.
Or is this Scratch?
For the past 13 years, you've been trapped in a nightmare dimension called the Dark Place. Yeah. It's like New York, but it's not New York. And can be reached from the bottom of Cauldron Lake, but it's not really under the lake. And after all this time, you've managed to get out.
Yeah, yeah.
But so has your evil doppelganger. Mr. Scratch? Or is it the Dark Presence?
Both. It's interchangeable. He's Scratch when he looks like me, but he can change into this other form.
And Scratch, the Dark Presence, wants to rewrite the world in his own image.
Which would be in your image.
Nah.
As he looks just like you.
And turn the world into a fucking nightmare.
During Deerfest, which is scheduled to take place in a couple of days.
During Deer Festival times.
You got
No.
out of the dark place by writing a novel, the pages we've been finding. But your double edited it into a horror story that's now changing reality, taking over people, making them crazy, bringing the dark place to Bright Falls.
Yes, fiction coming in contact with the dark place can change reality. The story is coming true, soaking into everything, like darkness when night falls. But last time
This will be back in 2010.
Yes, last time it didn't happen all at once. The story came true bit by bit as it unfolded. And that dark presence was still bound to the lake. I stopped it before it got the ending it wanted. Before it broke free. Based on that, there's still time.
Which brings us to your magical light switch.
The clicker. Magical doesn't quite cover it. Scratch wants it to bring about his ending. That can't happen. If I can get the clicker, I can send him back to the dark place, make all this shit go away. Look, I know it's batshit crazy.
This is a weird camera angle.
My memory is full of holes, and I'm not sure how much I can trust. It's like a half-forgotten dream.
The deer is spying on us. These other camera angles kind of wig me out a little bit.
Mr. Wake, Alan.
I love the synchronized coffee
We've
drinking.
seen our share of batshit crazy in the past 24 hours. What I want to know is, why am I? Why are we written into the story?
Right?
I think I saw you. Or a vision of you in the dark place. I think you helped me reach out and escape somehow. With that in the story, Scratch would have edited it to get to you.
Uh-oh.
To hurt you. We are all in danger.
Even you. Oh, we're taking control of Saga again. Okay. We're no longer in Alan's story.
It's insane. And there's so much of it.
Mm-hmm. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Please, if you have no idea what Jam just said in chat, do yourself a favor and find however you find to watch things. If you can find it for free, do it. If you can't find it for free, maybe you can still find it for free. Watch Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Watch one episode, especially if you liked Twin Peaks, Stephen King movies from like the 1980s, things of like alternate reality, Twilight Zone-y sort of vibe. Not just Twilight Zone, but like the stuff that came after Twilight Zone. So what would that be? God, there's a Twilight Zone-y sort of knockoff show that happened later on. I can't remember what it was called now. But why am I drawing a blank on that? I should have that right off the tip of my tongue. There's like a show called Erie, Indiana. There's so many shows like in this kind of caliber. And I'd even argue like anything that sort of fetishizes and caricatures like heartland, off the grid, Americana, that kind of stuff. This is, yeah, Garth Marenghi is just, it's so good. It's so good. It used to be on Cartoon Network. Dark Place? Interesting. Like, how would they have even gotten the license for that there? It seems weird. Quick look, and I found the first episode on YouTube already. Perfect. If you're a fan of The Mighty Boosh or IT Crowd or any number of British comedy from like the 2000s and 2010s, you'll recognize some of the faces on that show too. This game feels like it rips off a very specific Stephen King novel. Get the title straight. The Dark Half. I haven't read that one. What's the premise? Maybe that wasn't it, but I remember seeing it somewhere. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place is a British TV show. Was, yeah. You posted the link in Pride? Good job. For those of you that are watching, if you came over from Magna's raid, or if you're just new to the show, let me, in the Twitch stream, post a Discord link if you're curious to join. To find the 7 Deadly Sin channels like Pride, you have to pass the test. I'm sure if you know anything about Discord, you'll figure out how to do it. The premise is a horror writer's character comes to life and starts to threaten the writer. You know, in Alan Wake 1, he even says about the midway point of the game that he was a big fan and influenced heavily by Stephen King. I'll bet there was some truth to that as like the starting premise of writing this story. And then it sort of expanded into something kind of more complex and its own sort of thing. But I fully believe that it could have gotten its start by lightly lifting some Stephen King story concepts.
Have you ever heard of the cult of the tree?
Creepy bunch. In the habit of wearing deer masks, performing murder rituals, victims turning into monsters possessed by darkness, possibly inspired by a horror story written by a certain author. Ring any bells?
Cult. Yes. They have the clicker.
They do? Do they?
If the cult has the clicker, does that make them Scratch's followers? How are you so certain they even have the clicker?
Right.
They could be working for Scratch. I don't remember. It's all confused.
Alan, if I'm gonna act on this information, you need to be honest with me.
Yeah, of course.
Is he confused? Or is he hiding something?
We're gonna find out. We're gonna do a deep dive with our psychic FBI powers. Hi. Let's dive into your head. Can we talk about the let's talk about Scratch first.
Wake has a double. Mr. Scratch.
Use your powers.
Where is he now?
A cloud of wrath wears my face. The dark place in your place. Scratching out my body of work.
Scratch is here. In Washington.
Oh.
He's hunting Wake.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate that he chose now to come back, because hunt's on, I guess. All right, let's talk about the cult and the clicker.
Wake said the cult has the clicker. How does he know?
Yeah.
The writer is the reader. The next chapter. The next chapter. The next chapter. Keep the pages safe, the dark shining of the words.
Wake is hiding pages.
Oh.
That's how he knows the cult has the clicker.
Because he wrote it into existence. Gotcha. Scratch and Wake.
Scratch looks just like Wake. Why?
That could be a problem.
Don't wake up the dreamer if your life is a dream. I swam to the shore, but the water is rising.
Wake and Scratch are clearly connected. Maybe Scratch got out because Wake did. Or vice versa.
That's not good. So that's... Maybe Scratch was waiting the whole time, trying to help him to get out because that was the only way he could escape. Like, basically, the dark presence finds its way into the world by being his doppelganger and doing everything Wake does. That would be a good plot point. Would be a good plot twist. I have the many egg. It's a rare condition where I bought eggs because it'd be time to restock. When I got home, it was my 3rd dozen. Oh, uh-oh. So now I'm making deviled eggs because why the fuck not? And thinking of other ways to burn them. Omelets me think I have the cheese to burn. That works. If you got plenty of cheese. You can do cheesy eggy dishes. I could recommend if you look up, I can't remember the Finnish word for this, but there is it's like a flat Finnish eggy pancake. It takes a lot of eggs, so already you're winning there. And it's kind of pancakey, it's kind of custardy. It's really good. You can put some like jam or powdered sugar or lemon juice or a bunch of different things on it, however you want to sort of top it. Probably just do a Google search for Finnish eggy pancake and you'll find what I'm talking about. I wish I remembered more Finnish words, but yeah, I've had it before and it's so good. And it gives a different feeling than like a standard pancake does. Both can make you feel kind of heavy afterwards, but having like a heaviness of egg, I think makes you feel like you have more energy or more clarity. Whereas just being full of like pancake batter, I always makes me feel like lethargic. Like, all right, I finished breakfast and I'm ready to start my day. And you know what I want to do? Go lie down on the couch and have a nap. Just had breakfast and I want a nap. Panukaku? That just sounds like pancake. I don't. Let me see if I could, in a very cursory search. Let's see if I can't find something. I mean, that says finish up and maybe it is. Maybe it's that sort of thing. That's literally just the loan word for pancake, though. Oh yeah, it looks like this. It looks like this. Yeah, it's flat and it's like a sheet thing that you stick in the oven. And should use a good amount of eggs. Well, this one only uses 4 eggs. This is the Finnish recipe for pannukakku. Granny came from Finland. It's hard to talk to her because she didn't learn the English language. Okay. Sure thing. R beard 729_120. Yeah, maybe less eggs than I remembered. I mean, it tastes very eggy, but yeah, so good, so good. Dash of vanilla. Do they even talk about what sort of things they would put on top? Oh, somebody made it. Oh, there's got really custardy in the middle. Halved the recipe, it turned out just fine. Double the recipe. Use up 8 eggs. Get it done. Get through a whole bunch of eggs. Yeah, it's all the same. That's all the same thing. Whether it's together as one word or multiple words, it's all sort of the same thing. I forgot until we got here that she has her own upgrade thing, but it's all like just weapons. I completely forgot this was a thing. Shotgun or pistols. I feel like I want to do pistols much more. We only have like 2 of... You have to get a ton of these like little page fragments to even get 1 increase. So same thing here. The lowest one is 14. We've only found 2 in all the time we've played as her. Maybe I'm just not secret hunting enough. But yeah, she doesn't feel like she's on. Alan's gotten so much more progress in the short amount of time as we played as him. Oh, we have a new case. Sweet. Let's do it. Alan Wake interview.
Wake just gave us a lot of information. But this clicker seems like a good place to start. If we find that, then we find the cult.
Okay. Case started. Dossier opened. New thing cleaned out. The cult of the tree is in possession of the clicker. Well, that clearly goes there. In Suikoden 1, one of the fortresses is named Panuyakuta. And my brain kept going there, so you got to pancake faster than I did. I also know how loan words sound in Finnish a little bit. So it's definitely pancake. But pannu, I mean, in Japanese, the word for bread, they didn't get bread from English speakers first. They got bread from, I think, Portuguese traders first. And the Portuguese word, if I'm not mistaken, is the same as the Spanish word for bread, which is pan. And so the Japanese word for bread is pan. It's just one-to-one word. I don't know if pan and pannu are necessarily the same. I don't recognize pannu as being anything else. But yeah, loan words are fun. Okay, I was already looking into the cult. 2 birds, 1 stone. Cool. We also have some other case to update. Oh, the cult of the tree, because we're talking about them. So pull that up, and then we've got the cult could be followers of Scratch. They have the clicker after all. Would that be in their, not their psychology? What kind of cult? Man, I really wish my zoom in and out would work. Cult goal? Yeah. Cult working for or with someone. Why work for Scratch? What does the cult get out of it? Good question. Remember, they look like us, but they aren't. They're like animals, and it's our job to hunt them and gut them. Reminding cultists that victims are like animals. That's like cult psychology. There we go. Cool. That one's there. Dehumanizing the victims. They are the predators. Their victims are just prey. It's a good way to start a cult. Establish your own sort of like mythos about what you're doing. There's another case update. I don't see it. Is it in the one that we're on right now? Cult of the Tree. We don't have any. We don't have any papers. It's not that. Can we go back to the... How do we go to that dossier thing? We just back up and get to it from... Wait. Oh, it's cases. I'm dumb. The story? Oh, this is new.
The pages we've been finding are from a horror story called Return, written by Alan Wake. And the contents of this book are coming true. Why couldn't it have been a romance?
Haha. Because that's for Rose. Rose is our romance novelist. Too much info in the brain places associating things not associated because close. I mean, that's true. One of my favorite things to do is find words that sound the same in 2 different languages but have vastly disparate meanings. So, like in Spanish, taco is a type of, shelled, handheld food. And in Japanese, it is the word for octopus. Still could be a food. You can still eat octopus. In fact, if you put some octopus meat into a tortilla and added some salsa and tomato and lettuce, and you've got yourself a taco. All right. Oh, there's a lot of these things here. What on earth? Wake says the dark place can be accessed from the bottom of Cauldron Lake. How does story change reality? That's a big rule difference. Oh, okay, that doesn't go there. Oh, because it's about the dark place specifically. So what? Cauldron Lake is the gateway to some other world? It would seem like it. In Japan, tacos eat you. I don't know of any man-eating taco there, but maybe. There's an entity inside the dark place called the Dark Presence. Yes. This is good, actually, for me to see all of this stuff. This helps me sort of mentally contextualize what parts of the previous Alan Wakes turned out to be canon versus what was like a side quest or story, or he like wrote it out of existence or something. And then there's now a chunk just for Dark Presence. According to Wake, the Dark Presence can sometimes take his appearance. How? Why? In the form of Scratch, the Dark Presence is editing Wake's story, wants to turn the world into a fucking nightmare. Yeah. Is that there? Or is this now part of this one? Yeah, okay. Editing Wake's story. That's not good. Okay, well, I obviously can't let that happen. So she's buying into his story. I think she's being hard-nosed at Alan, but in her head, she's along for the ride with everything. She's on board. Wake. Scratch and the dark presence are interchangeable.
Okay.
All right. That one's done. Flashlight seems to weaken the taken. This is, oh, how does the story change the rules of reality? Gotcha. These are the rules of the game. Wait, hello? This doesn't land there? Is that a dark place thing then? Is that a dark presence thing? It makes its own new mark. That's weird. Light and the dark presence. It would make sense that light is effective against the dark presence too. Yeah. Okay. Inside a bright light, Saga felt safe, like nothing could hurt her here. It seems like that goes there too. Well, the areas are safe from the dark presence and the taken. Wake was trapped in the dark place for 13 years. That's dark presence. This is a dark place. There we go. Cool. Wake was in another world that entire time? Seems to be. Wake, fiction coming into contact with the dark place has the power to change reality. So whatever you write in the dark place becomes reality? It can't be that simple. Or could it? The story changes our reality bit by bit. The process is gradual. Oh, these ones just opened up new. That means the effect isn't immediate. There's still time to fix this. What did we get? How to stop the story? Must get the clicker before Scratch. With it, the story can be changed, and Scratch will be sent back to the dark place. The clicker is an on-off switch for a lamp. A magic light switch. Where do I even start with that? It's got its own little thing. If we don't stop at Scratch, we'll use the story to permanently change reality at the start of Deerfest. Oh, he knows a timeline. Okay. He seems to believe there's a time frame for this. That only gives us 2 days to stop this. Now we know in the game we have two game days. Some other strange reality, the dark place merged with ours. This place and the dark place, the page called this area an overlap. That's got to be story change? No. It is dark place?
Okay.
Oh, gets its own new place.
The dark place. A dimension that's home to monsters.
Yeah.
Huh. Wild stuff.
Yeah. It's kind of wild. Hang on. Another world reached via Cauldron Lake, home to the dark presence, bleeds into our world through overlaps. Spooky. And now the overlap is its own bulletin. I enter the Cauldron Lake overlap by reciting the poem. How to enter. Gotcha. Wait, that's not even attached. It's completely separated. They're using language from Control now. Overlap? Was that one of the words? I remember the area where you would find a light switch. You click it 3 times and you would be like holding a light switch or holding the lamp still, but you'd be in a hotel room. And then you were in this like sort of interstitial space, and then you come out of it and you'd be somewhere else. Was that an overlap into another dimension? I'm having trouble. There's so much content to control, like an immense amount of world building in one game. It was kind of all over the place. There's like the story about her and her brother when they were little. There are all the different research portions of the game. There's like the fungal area in the very bottom, and like the place where you fight your doppelganger, and the weird, like, really huge room with the phone at the very center of it, right? And the vaults where they had all of the... It's like a huge vault full of a bunch of different items that was guarded by that one kind of creepy dude. There's so many. Oh, and the whole quarry place. Man, that was like 8 different games in one. This is kind of an overlap, but another example is the fungus area. Oh, I think you're right. That was like a whole other like dimension that was like had crept into the old house, right? An overlap needed a push from both directions to manifest itself. Reality eroded by repeated dark lore and a counterpoint crafted in depths of the dark place connecting the story on the other side.
Okay,
it's kind of a mouthful. For the overlap to form, it can't just be an urban legend. It must be supported by an accompanying narrative in the dark place. Interesting. So it does need something from both sides. That's a lot. Vault was called the Panopticon. Yeah, that place. Based on an old type of prison that only requires one guard to watch everyone. That's crazy.
Okay, Mr. Wake. I know you have more pages of the manuscript on you.
You don't understand how vital these pages are.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only way I can know what's coming.
You're not the only one trying to solve this. This is our job.
Okay. Here. Now, this is all I have. Be careful with them.
Sure. Why don't we just, like, I don't know. As cops, wouldn't you want his, like, full cooperation and say, we're not going to take your pages. Can you just lay them here on the table? Can I just take a picture of them with my phone? Or can I just mentally memorize them and then stick them in my own weird version of this room? Which is crazy. Like, this room is doing so much of the same thing that I am doing in my own brain, and yet not. Also, like, missing a lot of stuff. But it's like, this is so confusing and weird how in the real world there's this actual room and then the me doing and what is going on over here? Oh, is this a safe? Is this a place I can save? Oh. Okay, but what is with this goo? I don't know why I'm stepping in it, but apparently it doesn't track. Is that a yoga mat? I think that's a yoga mat. This does not look like a happy place to do yoga. Look at the floor. Akhti and the janitors. Do they have a band? What's happening there? Man, this room just got wild. I did not expect what I just saw in here. All right, we'll come back and save. Let's figure all this stuff out with this guy first. Goo becomes introduced later. Ew. All right, let's take the pages.
Inside the trailer, at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake's fabled clicker for the first time.
Oh.
In the hands of the cult of the tree.
Oh.
A cultist stared at her. She drew her weapon.
Mm-hmm. So that's interesting. Shouted, ran after him.
Standing inside the trailer at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake's fabled clicker for the first time in the hands of the cult of the tree. Her mind reeled from what the horror story was now claiming about her. Her life, her past. She didn't accept it. She stepped out of the trailer. She needed air, but she wasn't alone. A cultist stared at her from behind a deer mask. She drew her weapon, shouted, ran after him.
Oh my. Oh my. New case board thing already. What is it? Wait, oh, it's in a different case than this one? The Trail of the Cult. What is this? Oh, that page? Wait, where the heck is our... Oh, the interview. Where is Clicker? We know where. Outside of the... Or at the outskirts of Watery. There you go.
The cult of the tree has the clicker Wake told me about. They're a part of all this.
Trailer question mark? We don't even know. I imagine. We're going to find out. Radio. I guess everything else is caught up. If it wasn't caught up, we wouldn't have the... We would see the yellow icon at the top. And we don't. So yeah, we're caught up on everything. Okay.
It's all on the page. The clicker, the cult. Okay, I'll head to Watery and find this trailer. Casey, you stay here and keep an eye on Mr. Wake.
Got it.
No, you need me there.
No dice, pal. This is an FBI investigation, and I don't see a badge on that flannel.
Rude. From now on, you can switch between Alan and Saga's stories. What? Via the bucket in the janitor's break room. Feel free to play in whatever order you choose. What? I don't know what to do with all of this power. Uh-oh. Akti's room just went weird. I guess I could switch like literally right now. But we also played a lot of Al. Maybe it's time to play more Saga for a bit. Uh-oh. Things got weird there. Did the bucket change? That's a different bucket, isn't it? Is this goo? Oh, it's now switch reality goo. No, I think it's the... No, I think it's the goo. It's not the bucket. It's whatever that gooey stuff is. Well, that's interesting. First, we're going to save, for sure. Hey, what's up, Elusar? If I recall correctly, Saga said in the introduction she creates new mental place for each case that looks like her field office. Oh, so is this the place? Did they set this place up for these two to work in then? Is that the actual canon about what's like why this looks exactly the same? That makes a lot of sense, actually. Makes a lot more sense. I'm excited about the next Alan part. Well, I think we're going to have to wait because I really want to see the next Saga part after so much Alan.
You wrote these pages in the dark place. So why are we finding them here?
Yeah.
I think I wrote them up. I remember writing an endless amount of pages, but when this happened before, the pages were being sent from the dark place to help me. Maybe the same thing is happening here.
That's all for now, Mr. Wake.
Pretty weird.
Thank you for your cooperation.
It's weird stuff, dude. Not gonna lie. Okay. Do we have another... We got another page from him just saying that. Cult of the Tree. He remembers writing many pages while in the dark place. Cult goal. Man, I wish I could scroll. Writing part of the ritual. There it is. How are you going to have a game that's been out for... Wait, how long has this game been out? A year? And they have a control scheme bug that they haven't fixed yet? If Wake is the origin of the pages, then no cult connection? Unless the cult is working with Scratch. Totally okay. I feel like the next Alan part should be when Lycos is back anyhow. They'd be sad to miss it too. That's fair. Okay, so let's save. Hello? Oh, it's just Al talking.
That's not how this works. You're a civilian, and we don't do ride-alongs. And if Scratch is after you, then so is the cult.
That's fair.
We don't know who we can trust here.
Damn it, you are making a mistake.
Mm-hmm. I'll be sure to add that to the list.
I mean, is Al really upset? Does he really feel like he doesn't have confidence that these FBI agents can help him? He saw like visions of Saga. He's got to know there's a little bit more to them than just like two badges. They're going to go get themselves killed because they don't know what they're doing. She knows what she's up to. Pet the deer.
I feel bad for these guys.
I know. I know. The bug is from a recent update. from the DLC? Oh, gotcha. So it hadn't been around for a long time. Okay, where? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Where is our track down the clicker in Watery? So drive to Watery is our next goal.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, hello, and welcome to you.
Past favorite Deerfest floats. Go.
The yarn puppet monstrosity.
Stuffed moose and squirrels one.
No, thank you. Those beady dead marble eyes still give me nightmares.
Okay, this is creepy to me. These folks are having a fine time hanging out here together, and I'm totally fine with that.
Who's in for a bet this year? $100 says there'll be at least one fender bender between the floats.
What's going on with their?
Money, you'll cause it yourself.
Yeah, I'm not taking that wager. Too many opportunities for interference.
What is going on with their head posing? This guy was looking up at me the whole time they're all talking to each other. He's just staring right through my soul while he's talking to his friends. That guy staring straight ahead, not blinking, okay, they just blinked. But like wait, that feels weird. He's got his hands folded and he's just like staring straight ahead and unmoving. It just feels super uncasual. And she's just like looking off down here to the corner. Like, what is down there? She's looking at the side of the drawers while talking to her friends. All of them are wigging me out. This does not feel comfortable or normal. Everybody else has felt fine. Those three feel weird. All the other folks so far.
Welcome to Coffee World, voted Washington's best coffee-themed amusement park. All of our attractions are family-friendly and available to children of all ages.
Nice.
Just like our coffee.
Children of all ages.
So, take a sip of our own Deer Diner organic coffee and let the adventure begin.
These guys are so great. So Finnish.
Hold on for dear life on the Espresso Express. Oh! Soak in some local history at the Huotari Well, where two serial killers once hid the disemboweled bodies of their murder victims. It's not haunted. No.
Wow.
Come join Mocha Moose and the goats at our amusement park petting zoo. Just don't share your coffee with the goats. Seriously, stop feeding our goats coffee. Seriously, it's not amusing.
Okay, that was stupid but funny.
From the slow roadster Ferris wheel. I can almost see the Warrior Lighthouse trailer park. This is so much fun. And finish off at our beautiful gift shop where seniors and children under 10 receive a 9% discount on keychains and propane tanks.
Ew.
Welcome to Coffee World.
Why 9%?
Guarantee you'll have a great time.
This is the third time I've requested something be done about the TV in my room. It keeps going on by itself.
Wow.
It's keeping me awake all night.
Yes, sir, I'm terribly sorry for that. We've called a professional electrician. In the meantime, have you tried unplugging the TV for the night?
Oh, there's an idea, Einstein. Why don't I just get rid of everything I'm paying for in that room while I'm at it? Sleep on the floor. Go to the toilet in the corner. Yeah, I'm not unplugging it. You're fixing it.
Of course, sir.
Okay. I'm having a bad time. Yeah, those those Finns, they're so funny. Here's one thing that if you don't know about Finnish culture, because I'm probably the one person that's streaming that you're watching who's Finnish. Finns basically have coffee in their blood. When you wake up, you have your morning coffee, and then if you have friends over and you're like chatting somewhere between, you probably have lunch on your own, but you might have them over after lunch. You have to have a fresh pot of coffee brewed and share it with your friends, and usually have like some sort of coffee snack cakes, baked good little things. Basically, like imagine like high tea for the Brits. You know, they always have like other little snack things that you'd have with your cup of tea. You don't just have the tea. Same thing with Finns, but it's all coffee. I don't know what the hell Finns did before coffee was like brought over into Europe, but I don't know anybody who drinks more coffee than Finns do. I'm a bad Finn. I don't drink coffee right now. I used to. There's a part of my life where I think I drank too much coffee daily and probably like caused some irreparable damage somewhere. So I backed off. But everybody I know who's Finn is the propensity of drinking like more coffee than anybody you know is quite high. I would say much more so than like the smoking and drinking vodka. Coffee is probably like the #1 most endemic Finnish trait. Finland sounding tempting. Finland is really, really awesome if you don't mind how cold it can get. There are a couple drawbacks from the country. These are things I just kind of know from doing research. I've never lived there myself. My family tried to get away from Russia and would probably be remiss to see me go back until Russia is a little more detoothed. But the big things that probably the drawbacks about Finland, because you can find, all you have to go is like Finland tourism. You'll find, 100 good things about Finland.
Jules, you didn't forget to pack the EMF reader, did you?
Oh, who are these
Why
folks?
would I pack your gear? I've got my own to worry about. Great. Now how am I supposed to measure the energy signatures emitted by paranormal manifestations?
Investigators. Interesting. You got ghost hunters coming here now too.
I can't wait to hit the haunts.
Oh yeah.
We should check the town out first.
They're all about this.
Do research, interview some locals, get the feel of the place. Not before I find my frickin' EMF reader.
Is that like a side quest? We can go and find their EMF reader for them. Yeah. This is like the drawbacks, because you'll find plenty of like 100 good things on their websites if you just look around. But the negative things would be, obviously it's going to be cold. Finland's also like actually pretty expensive to live in, so the quality of life that you can get for your wages is a little bit on the lower side compared to some other places. You end up spending more for less in Finland than you would other places. And one of the bigger ones is Finland's a bit of a monoculture, so I feel like cultural resistance to things that aren't endemically Finnish or people who aren't endemically Finnish the resistance is higher than you would expect when you think about European countries. You think about European countries and you think, oh, well, they get along with other people better. They are warmer and more open to other cultures, ideas, traditions, and foods than like some places in the U.S. where we're kind of backwards and we're just like, oh, all American or else. There's some Finnish resistance to outside culture. It's not like they are a racist nation per se, but I would say Finland is more reserved and self-focused on what they think is cool, like a Finland first mentality, more than you would expect. Not to a bad degree or to make it an awful place to live, but just more than you might expect. Maybe just surprising. We can't listen to this guy's radio anymore? Fine. I want to listen to your dumb radio anyway. You have a Canadian friend soon? Got my social insurance number? Nice. So I'm legal to work as well as exist up north. So I'm probably about to take the last step due to the current climate. Don't blame you there. These guys drink coffee synchronized too. Oh, they don't. Never mind. They didn't put it down at the same time. I would love to hear how that journey goes for you. I have a friend who's done the opposite. And so I'm curious. Well, I'm actually curious how she feels about that now.
I need something to cut this.
Oh. One of these days, I'm going to have bolt cutters. I'm going to get so many sweet upgrades from all these hidden areas on the map. On that note, I don't expect the warmest of climates, especially how easy it was for me to do. Oh, warmest of welcomes. I don't remember climates. Yeah, probably. 355. Man, if I had to water, I'm going to be like so sucked in. I'm definitely going to want to play more. Maybe I should just go back and... Well, I guess I did just save. I didn't do anything while I was out here except experience Bright Falls some more. I really like being out here. This area and the city, the New York City and the Dark Place, are just so inviting. You just want to spend time here. You know what I mean? I really like what they've done with the place. I wonder... So it looks like roads are blocked off. I just want to take a quick look because we didn't really get a chance to see why you can and can't get through more of the city, but there's only so much city available to you in here for good reason. What the heck? That guy looked like he was falling over. So I kind of want to see what it was that they've done to the roads to make it like, oh, you can't go this way, because in the Dark Place, they just made it swirly, right? So what's stopping me from just walking out here and just going? Oh.
This is not the way.
Okay. Never. So this map is more open then, which that's good. I like that it's more open. It feels like you're in a real city then, and there aren't like weird meta gaming like, oh, look, they've blocked off all the roads for Deer Fest, or like, oh, people are getting new shipments. Well, I guess here they did some meta. There's construction. Oh, there's a review I just unlocked. Maybe I do want to save the game. Just keep that.
Gotta remember to buy stuff for taco night. Hot sauce, extra hot. Show Pete who's who.
Sure you want to do that? You're going to regret it tomorrow. Dang, look at that big old hole. What happened there? Okay, so there is a little bit of meta blocking off of roads. But some places you can just walk right out of the town if it weren't for Saga telling you no. You didn't know that you were originally born dual citizen? How did you find out? Just like a dog barking over there? Wait, how far can you go on this part of the map?
I have things to do, and this is not the right way.
Oh, as soon as I pulled it up, she was already turning around to do that. So I unlocked an audio recording of something. I'm going to go back and save just so I have that in my menu system to listen to next stream. If you are down for the Alan Wake 2 content, that's why you came. You wanted to watch more of this. Next live stream is going to be next Saturday, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. And if you're just here to vibe with me, next stream that I do will be another discourse, another deep dive topic. That's going to be Wednesday, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. All my streams generally run for about 5 hours. And we're a little more mentally challenging than some other places on live stream platforms, but I think that's a good thing. You can find us on Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, although I can still only do that for 1 hour and I don't know why. And Kick as well. All right, let's save there. Bada boom. Good stuff. Appreciate your faces. Thanks for hearing the stuff earlier this evening. After 2016, I started looking into claiming citizenship in Canada if my dad was born there. I found out about the Canadian Citizenship Act of 1947 and got started. That's so cool. That's really cool. I don't have dual citizenship in Finland, but I can get it. However, we'd have to decide that Finland was where we were going to live. Like, in order for me to unlock the dual citizenship again, I go through what would be a repatriation process for my family. I'd show like records of my family lineage, who left Finland, and everybody's like certificates of birth and or death to show how that all worked out. And then we'd have to live and work in the country for 7 years. After that, it's done. Dual citizenship unlocked. So they're not putting anything else in front of us and saying, you know, you also have to do like the naturalization process that other people from other countries would have to do. It's an easier process if it's repatriation. But 7 years is, while easy, because I will literally just have to live and continue to work forward and move and do things and work. I would also really be deciding that that's the place we live for at least 7 years, if not more, if not maybe the rest of our lives. And it's a big commitment. Yeah. Requires a passport, so it took a while on this side first. Gotcha. Work for 10 years in Canada and I get retirement benefits. That's amazing. That's really good. All right. If you're on YouTube and Kick, we're going to end stream right now and say goodnight to you all. If you're on Twitch, hang on for a second. We'll find somebody to raid out to. YouTube, Kick, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I should have said that in my rant, that we end the stream with that every single night. How could you possibly? Never mind. All right. Bye, YouTube. Bye.